This is your host, Twisted Teach, and I'm back with all of my fantastic players, even though they all suck Major PP.
You suck Major PP.
Yep. Okay, so other than that, on to the last episode of the Dungans and the Durgans. The adventuring party was split by the actions of their resident bard. When they had returned to the city of the Ocean Elves, they had returned many prisoners. However, they rested, knowing that their strength was depleted from the fight with the Sahuagin. They left the following day, with the resident bard leaving earlier in the day, following the calls of what they found out to be the Kraken. After which, the rest of the party then discovered the absence of their bard and followed suit quickly thereafter. It was quite a grueling day of getting to the shrine, where they ended up fighting their way through, quite convincingly, actually. And it's worth a watch, as we went through and had a bunch of help from the Pantheon in order to get them through some of the fights. And they ended up fighting a priestess who was controlling the Kraken. After which, once slaying the priestess, the remaining fish creatures fled, having lost their power and their source of magic, and it left the party to loot the Sunken Clan's hoard in the cave towards the back. After divvying up their own personal loot, also getting some experience, we now find them, with Ish currently beating on the giant stone, trying to get it to replicate what was happening before, trying to tame the Kraken, with no knowledge as to how.
You could have just stopped at no knowledge.
No knowledge. No knowledge at all.
No.
Brain cells, it goes brrr.
And this is where we pick up this session for the day. I can actually just go boop. Move you guys all the way over to the crystal.
Who the fuck do you think you are?
Who do you think you are, mate?
Just move me all the way up there. Get in the fucking sea anemone.
Get in the cave.
Get in the cave.
Wait, is this a cave?
Yes, that's a cave. That's where the loot you found was.
Oh. Hey guys, look, shiny.
No shit.
We're all too busy, shoving it in our...
Yeah, everyone's already currently, divvied up the loot, and they're just, shoving it in their bags.
And you're just like, huh, there's loot there.
Was loot there?
Okay.
Can I throw an investigation check to see if there's anything else?
Yeah. Okay. It doesn't take you long to see a strange glowing coming from Isha's pants.
Wait, my pants?
Yep.
Oh. No,
Scroll.
the scroll isn't in my pants anymore.
Wait, what?
Bailey has the scroll, remember? He took it from
All
me.
the way into the one scroll.
How are you doing,
I
John?
threw it into the bag of holding. Whoops.
And yet there's still a
forgot
glow
about
coming from my pants.
I don't like your schween. What's with your schween?
Suggest that the glowing of Vicious pants might mean something. Check the scroll.
It's just radiation, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. So, what are you guys going to do?
Look around to see if there's anybody around.
Nope. A
Okay.
lot of the sharks that were circling up above are now gone, and you don't see any more of the fish creatures.
Okay. Reach my hand into my bag of holding, pull out the scroll, and open the scroll to see if it does any or says anything.
Yeah, it's it hasn't glowed since you last got your last message, but it's glowing again, giving you the same message it did last time, where blood and sand mix to the sounds of the chains and whips. In 3 they are, and 1 they might become, for when an ancient tomb opens to light, kings laid bare beneath the heat.
I just pants-ish then.
I mean, by all means.
What you don't know is that I'm wearing a onesie.
She's wearing jorts.
George.
God, no. I mean, they'd still be pants on me if they were, jorts for anybody else.
Hey, Forrest, your audio's weird.
My audio is weird. How so?
We seem to be blowing out somebody's speakers.
No, they can barely hear you.
Here. Let me see. I can barely hear you. Everyone else seemed to be blowing up my speakers. That's fine. Let's see if that's better. Any luck? Testo, 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 testo. Da-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Let me know if that's better, John.
Is everything good?
Yep, cool. We are good. Let's continue. And as you sit there looking at this scroll, it begins to shift. It seems to change the words around. And it proceeds to describe something. But not in common.
Is it a
Any of us
language
know
I
it?
understand?
No, you guys don't recognize the characters.
Are we rested or anything?
Uh,
Or is this right after the battle?
this is post-combat. You guys have been here for not very long now.
We're fucked up.
Yeah. Well,
I
full, huh?
can do something, but it'll be very weird. Can I guess with this Pearl of Power, a command word came with it?
Yes. You innately know the command word and can choose what you want it to be.
I don't know right now, but I'll say the command word for the Pearl of Power.
Okay.
Regaining a 3rd level spell slot.
Yep.
I will then burn that 3rd level spell slot to gain... what is it? I'm trying to see how much.
Comprehend language?
Yeah, to get 5 sorcery points, then using 2 of them to get a 1st level, then casting Comprehend Language.
You know, it doesn't...
It's a fucking workaround.
It doesn't have to be a 3rd level spell slot. It's just maximum of a 3rd level spell slot it'll return.
Oh.
So you can return a 1st level spell slot and then cast Comprehend Languages.
No, but it's funnier that way.
It's funnier that way. Also, could I have just ritual casted it?
Yes, you also could have just ritual casted it.
I'll do that
We're
instead.
just watching you, juggle 3 things.
So, you begin ritual casting, and as you finish the spell, you notice that the characters begin to shift. And as they begin to shift, they just change into an even more indecipherable, gibberish than it was before.
Gibberish.
What the fuck do you want from us, Scroll?
Tell me! What do you want?
I'll Backstreet Boys you. Just tell me why.
Tell me why.
Ain't nothing but
a break. Can I pull out the device that Sindral gave us?
Yeah. Yeah, as you pull the device out of your bag, you notice that, it, just like before, where you had set it up to start glowing, it is glowing.
Ah, that's the glowing Initia's pants.
There we go.
I don't keep the device in my pants.
Fucking Christ. I'll start to set up the device.
Gotcha. So you begin to set up the device, and the glowing finally ceases as the device activates and then goes still.
Do we just leave it here? Are those the directions?
Believe so, yes. Because they're anchors.
Yeah. Hopefully the fish people don't come back and start beating on this.
I mean,
What was that, Nathan?
never mind.
No, say it.
I was like, oh man, I can probably waste a spell to like camouflage it. Then I realized, oh yeah, it'll just wear off in an hour regardless.
It'll
You
be
could
safe
do
for an hour, though.
exactly what I did.
It's a Nemo for an hour.
Can we like make it like put some sand and shit over it to like disguise it?
Yeah. And you notice that as you begin to attempt to pile sand on top of it, the current begins to wash it away. And as the current blows, it pushes Ish into it. And Ish ends up getting pushed against it without ever shifting the device.
Oh, look, it's convenient. It's plot conveniently safe.
Plot convenience.
Okay, but like, I weigh like 20 pounds, so that's really nothing.
I do think 20 pounds getting pushed into something could knock it over.
Okay, so it's sturdy. It's here to
Mhm.
stay.
Yeah, it's here to stay. Can I look at the scroll
Yeah.
again then, after setting up the device?
Yes, you can. The words have finally disappeared, leaving just the blank scroll once again.
Noodle recipe, yes.
Oh, it doesn't...
So, back to the city, maybe?
Probably.
Probably back to the city and then back to where we were heading to, the
I mean, we stopped the Kraken
Right,
problem. They will help us get to the surface, probably.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
So
The
is it-
Tri-Cities area.
Is anyone going to take the permanent water enchantment?
So what were the things for that? Like the requirements?
You have to bathe in water a day, isn't it, or a week?
Yeah, you have to once a week. You have to bathe yourself in water for 8 hours.
Okay, what are the
8
logistics?
hours?
What
Yes.
are the logistics of storing a bathtub already full of water in my
It's
bag?
not happening. It's not happening. You are going to. You'll get Liamon's tiny hut soon. Calm
Okay,
down.
but what if it's
That-
like, okay, what if I buy a chest?
Hang
I
on,
can
that's
put it in a chest.
That's also if I take it.
You need to stop worrying about the logistics. You will. I will. It'll be very rare, and usually when you're in a desert, when you have to worry about.
We're going to a desert.
It's not an actual desert. It's a giant savanna. Calm
It has
down.
sand. It's a desert.
It's got sand. It's gonna kill us.
So are beaches deserts then?
Yes.
Yes.
Tiny deserts?
Yes.
Tiny deserts that just exist places.
With a giant
So we're
oasis in
surrounded by
between.
tiny deserts, Nathan?
Yeah, we're an island, of course.
Y'all are doomed.
Yep.
It's like 90 degrees in the deserts.
Yeah, and it's like -90 American. Sure.
Negative 90 American. Eagle measurements.
Yeah.
Oh god. So back to our horses and then back to the city?
Yeah, back to the seahorses, back to the city, rest stop,
Mhm.
then see if we can't get to the Tri-Cities.
I can't
Tri-Cities
remember.
Horse fuck
area.
off.
No,
far are we
we
away from
picked it
level?
up.
You guys are about 4 hours away from the city.
No, I mean, how far are we away from leveling?
Oh,
Oh,
While, isn't it?
yeah, I thought it was a while.
here, I'll
Yeah.
look that up for you.
I just don't know if you're edited
5e
experience points.
I thought it
No,
was 1400.
it's 14,000 for the next level.
14,000.
14,000. So it's up to you guys to determine how close you are.
So we're just going to genocide, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Kill everybody in the city. You're welcome
Yep.
for saving you. If I don't get enough experience, I'm gonna kill you.
I thought it works, right?
Why is the map
Mhm.
doing this?
It just gotta load.
Ah, there we go. Why did that take so long? That was crazy. Okay, so you guys return to your. Oh my god, did you just crack your neck? Yes, I did. I had to. It was bothering me.
Gross.
I'll do it off camera next time. I'm not gonna mute it though. You guys are just gonna hear the. in the background.
Like, if you forget to like open your camera again, well, you're dead.
Alright, so you guys return to your seahorses, and a few hours later you return to the edges of the city. Awaiting for you is the city guard, as they finally managed to get the chaos under wraps. They said a few hours ago the creatures that had kept invading over and over again somehow lost the will to fight and retreated. They ended up chasing them down to another hidey hole, where they ended up finding the remainders of the prisoners that they had been looking for. You guys are then escorted back to your guys' area, little place you guys have been hanging out at in the first place.
So they fixed it? I thought it filled with water.
Yeah, it doesn't take them very long to restore them. They can breathe water. All they got to do is restore the glass and then get the water out.
How does one get water out?
Usually with magic.
Yeah.
Remember, fantasy.
But you guys are brought to a different area of the place now. Your own little estate for the time being. It's usually an embassy for other races that come into the city and spend time, and you guys are being given free access to the building while you are allowed to rest and recover. And they said whenever you are ready, you are to return to the two chancellors, which they will inform you as to your great deeds and give you the reward that they had promised.
So, rest first?
Yes.
Rest first.
Here's a bit of health points and spell slots. I don't know what you guys.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, technically I only used one spell slot, so...
I was out, except for one.
Yeah, that's yeah, I definitely cracked my neck.
Yeah.
My neck's been bothering me all day too. But
Oh.
I'm fucking crack.
When we take a long rest, how many hit dice do we get back?
All of them.
Half of them.
Half of them. So, 5's 3?
You get 3 of them back, yes.
Oh, cool. I'm back up to full hit dice.
Yeah, same.
So 3 points.
You were like, yes, wonderful, sorcery points.
L slots, my dude.
So, can I attune to the little stone thing during this long rest?
Yeah.
I guess I can.
Yeah.
Too. Yeah.
Well,
The
I
ring
don't
doesn't
think
need
you
attunement.
attune to the ring.
Yeah, it
Ow.
doesn't need attunement.
No.
So yeah, with no issues, you now have the stone floating about your head there, ish.
Pretty. Just gonna bat at it.
Bad at it every time it flies around.
Yeah.
Boop, 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 boop.
I want to get all the iron stones, so I'm just like a little planet.
Oh. But then we could just make fat jokes.
Yeah, for a 20-pound lizard.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Look, Ish, you're so fat you have your own orbit.
Yeah.
Your own gravitational pull.
Yeah, that was you until a
Did
little
we
while
still
ago.
have the water breathing ability?
When you guys finish this long rest, it will have been the start of the next day, and the magic will have reached its, ending point.
So it would actually be funnier if instead of fat jokes, you make dense jokes, because that makes sense.
You can also just make stupid jokes and you'll be too dumb to understand them.
Damn. Damn. Ish ain't that stupid.
Nah, he's really not.
Yeah, he's dumb.
I mean, his intelligence isn't, 0. But he's
Better
fine.
than his intelligence is more than my strength.
It's been 8 hours, yeah?
Yes.
Has the sun came up?
Has the sun come up?
Yeah.
You do not know if the sun's come up, considering the fact you are deep underwater.
Do I
Just
have
like
my unicorn healing slot back?
Yes, you do have your unicorn
Okay.
healing slot back, yes. And you only have to wait until sunrise the next day.
That's what I said. Has the sun come up?
So yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it has.
Okay.
So, you guys have finished your rest, and just start using metric system, you Canadian monsters. True.
No.
No.
So, the next day you awaken to a busy embassy building with lots of sea elves moving about and taking care of miscellaneous things, as well as prepping a giant breakfast for you guys. They have been quite forthcoming with food and taking care of you and giving you anything you might there ask for.
Blankets.
Blankets they do not have.
I don't know blankets.
They do not know blankets.
How much longer till we go where we need to go to get our reward?
You're like, I want the reward, and that is it. You could go now if you so pleased.
Is this the room with the chancellors or whatever?
No, you guys are still in the embassy. You'll have to travel between this building and the main building where you guys had been the previous time you would come here.
Well, guess we'll eat first, or I'll eat. Head up and get some food.
I'm gonna climb up on the table and start shoving my face.
Gotcha. So you notice something abnormal. Instead of the previous meals that had been placed before you, seaweed and other ocean life, fish primarily, before you was bacon and half a hog and potatoes and bread.
Down here. No.
Worf is down here. Yes.
And a lot of surface food before you. Berries and alcohol and all of the other luxurious items.
Can I ask somebody nearby that's prepping food or something where they got it all?
Yeah, one of the chefs is nearby as he looks towards you and he goes, "Oh, we've always had it. It's for the embassies whenever one of the outsiders come."
What?
So you were skimping us before.
You're new here? The adventurers who've come to rescue.
Uh-huh.
This would be your first meal with me, yes?
But we had food here earlier.
Well, I am the master
Not
of this
here.
embassy.
Oh.
Yeah, we were in another location.
Wait, so if they have an embassy, like, how often does people come down here?
Not very often, but often enough.
Like, how
Kid-
old is this food?
It's been stored magically. You guys forget that magic is a thing?
I think magic is just a convenient plot point. What the fuck?
No.
It's like sci-fi authors that use quantum physics or something.
I'm sorry,
Like-
but if I want to use stasis magic to keep my fucking food fresh, I will.
Just have
What are
it
you gonna
salted,
do
God.
about it? No, it's not gonna be salted. This is for people like royalty that come down here and like fucking spend the time at the
Damn
embassy.
straight.
I think royalty would like beef jerky. What the fuck?
Fine, you know what? He's gonna the chef's gonna walk up and start packing up all the food and be like, "Salted it is."
No,
He's
no,
gonna-
just for Ondariel, and then put some grits in front of him.
No.
Yes, of course. Grits.
He really likes grits.
Yeah, he really.
He
Yeah.
Gotcha.
said it to me before.
He
I'm
is
so
going to be
literal for this.
personally be given grits every single meal from now on. Just to spite you there, Nathan. Her fucking magic's a crutch. Quit using magic to fucking store your food.
This is who can cast magic.
It can
It's
stasis.
the one that communicated with a fucking kraken.
If it can
In my
bring you,
mind.
if it can bring you back from the dead, it can stasis some food.
Yeah.
Wait, that means it also bring our food back from the dead, though. Okay.
I mean,
Spell on the pig.
there's some really big restrictions. Unless you have true resurrection, you're not reviving this pig.
Wait, so if you did have true resurrection and you were just so against the consumption of meat, you could just
Yeah, you could if you
revive somebody's meat as they're eating it?
if you wanted
So
to burn 10,000 gold pieces worth of fucking magic. Sure, you could revive someone's pig. Yeah, it's
You
a
know,
ninth.
the material
Yeah,
cost.
it's a 10,000 gold spell with the material. Like it's a ninth level spell. Like you ain't getting it anytime soon.
But when you do,
But
you
when
can
I
just-
do, I'm gonna have something fucking fun at the next festival.
Necromancer that's vegan brings things back to life to freak meat eaters out.
Oh, can you imagine a spit roasted pig and just bring it back to life? So just speared down the middle.
Wait, what? Would it instantly die at that point?
So, to give you an idea of what True Resurrection does, is it you only need a very small fraction of whatever you're trying to resurrect in order to resurrect them. And it resurrects their whole body in a new spot. Yeah, it puts them whole, alive, as they last were alive, in front of you.
Okay.
Level we get sidetracked.
Okay, no more sidetracking with resurrecting pigs. It's not happening.
It's in the back of my mind now. I will do it this campaign at some time.
Do it.
You're gonna waste 10,000 fucking gold just for a pig.
By the time we have that that spell, you'll probably have 10,000 to spare.
Yep.
Yeah. It's pretty accurate.
I asked the gentleman, how could I get to the trade district without dying from the water?
Oh, of course, come. And he's going to show you to another part of the embassy. And there is a large room, and in the center of the room is a pedestal. And inset into the pedestal is a symbol of what appears to be a merman holding a trident, riding a seahorse, emblazoned on the pedestal. He's like, step onto it and think where you want to go.
I don't know if that's going to end well.
Does it only work inside the city? Like, I can't think of the surface?
Yes, it only works inside the city and other places that have that crest.
Okay, I'll think trade district without dying.
Okay, so upon thinking trade district, you hear a pop, a splash of water hits the floor where Zap was standing. And Zap, you are now in the trade district. However, the magic does not limit you to choosing not to die. You are now surrounded by water in the trade district.
Hey, just think back to where I was at.
Gotcha. You realize that there is no pedestal, but there is a crest on the ground. There is no way back.
Shit, I'm gonna drown.
Hey, you're still fine. You still have water breathing, don't you?
No.
No.
Oh.
Water breathing's out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I panic and try to get the most next person to... Damn it, the person said that I was in trade district. Find the closest person fast, swim.
Yeah, so you don't have to swim very far. You swim over out of a small enclosed building, and there are two guards sitting outside. And they look a little shocked that you're walking out of the royal, teleporter throughout the city. And they're like, okay, well, not very many people have access to this, let alone a small green creature at the bottom of the ocean. So
Extreme charades is happening.
they're like, what the hell? And then they were like, oh, this creature can't breathe. Shit.
Oh, he's dying.
Oh, shit. So they're going to basically, they're going to push you back inside of the building, and they're going to basically touch their hand on a rune outside of it. And immediately, the water begins to get sucked out. And it leaves you sitting there panting as air takes place of where all of this water were. And one of them's going to walk in and be like, you must be one of the adventurers.
Think trade district. He told me to say think trade district. Just think about trading, and this is what fucking happens.
I see. Well, just stay here a moment. We will grab you something to ensure we get you back to where you were at. Where were you, by the way?
Some place, I don't know. I can find my own way. But please, don't let me drown. The city secrets let me here.
City secrets can help you here. And it's going to give you enough time just to swim straight from the trade district over here, hopefully making it in time to get to this building here. They're basically going to swim with you, and every time you start to run out of air, they're going to push you inside of a building, and they're going to drain it of water so that you can breathe.
This is really inefficient.
Yes, it is inefficient when you can't breathe water like the rest of the people of the city. I would be a little more careful next time when you use the teleporter. Most of the places you're going to go are submerged.
Unfortunate.
Of course, my apologies. I will inform the chancellors at once to keep all of the teleporters free of water.
If that's possible, that'd be interesting, but I doubt it's possible. Keep on moving. Let's go.
So, as for the rest of you, you see your party member kind of just think and then leave.
We saw him think.
Yeah, you saw him think. You basically saw him close his eyes and like strain before he went pop out of existence.
Huh.
I asked the chef, what does that do? Where did he go?
Wherever he thought. If that is the Chancellor's building, that's the Chancellor's building. I do not know where he went. This thing doesn't keep records.
He probably went to the trade district.
You think he's dead? I think he's dead.
I think he's dead. Like, I think we should wait because, well, city guards might turn him up. But once he gets back, I think we should go talk to the chancellors.
Probably.
They might be able to help with our not breathing underwater thing and maybe return us to the surface where he can find a trade district with air.
Yeah, I like air.
What trade
Yeah.
district doesn't have air? There's other people coming down here. It makes no sense.
There's no
An
air!
underwater trade district that has a special embassy for people that come from the surface.
But who willingly comes down here? That's like my biggest question.
Yeah. Probably merchants.
People who can breathe underwater.
People who could breathe underwater, or very, very wealthy merchants that want to make more money.
Mm-hmm. And
I think
whoever
how
delivers their
underwater we
food.
can genocide the wolves now.
So I'm just swimming there currently, correct? They're discussing what happened.
Yeah, so you're just swimming. They're taking you to the Chancellor's building, the royal district of everything there. Oh, he's probably fine. No, I think he's dead. Yeah, no, that's pretty accurate. Everyone thinks he's dead. It's Zap. It's not the first time.
It's not the first time.
Probably won't be the last, but it won't be the first.
So, you guys are waiting around for Zap to return when out of the teleporter steps a couple of guardsmen. Wow. Ah, adventurers. Just who we were looking for. Your party member found himself in the trade district and
Told
has
ya,
swum
told ya.
and has swum his way to the Chancellor's building. They are waiting for you there.
Ah, well,
Seems like
I
a
guess
weird
we
way
should
to get
go.
to this building.
It was quite an adventure, but the Chancellors are waiting for you.
I'm looking at the guard. Please tell me it was funny, though.
Oh,
Like,
hilarious.
Please tell me you guys had a good laugh at it, because that just seems like on brand for him.
Well, at first we were like, well, what the hell is this green creature doing out of here in the water? And then we realized he couldn't breathe. And then it was downhill from there. Just got into semi-heroic. Nice. Swam. You swum. You swum all the way there. Fuck you.
So, I guess we should go to the Chancellor's building. Is there a way, without going through water?
Ah, yes.
Like how you just appeared here?
The teleporter here will take you to the Chancellor's building. All you have to do is think Chancellor's building.
Oh, so yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense now.
And the guards are going to take you guys in individual parties. So Ish and the Snake are going to go with one guard, and then they're going to be able to take one other person and hope that the other one gets there perfectly fine.
I love how you're just like, yep, Ish is getting escorted.
Nathan, rock, paper, scissors. Who's going without a guard?
Roll a d.
D3?
Roll a D3.
Is there such thing as a D3?
You could just
I mean-
/R space D3.
Nope.
That's dash.
That's the wrong slash, Nathan.
Y'all are awful at this. You guys are actually awful at this.
I guess you're going without a guard. Have fun.
Yep.
Alright, so Ish is first and teleported with the guard, and then Gameth walks up and is teleported shortly thereafter. The chef looks and goes, well, off you go then.
A d3 roll.
Yes.
How do I roll? So what are you going to do on Dariel?
Think Chancellor and then pray.
Yeah, so...
You get teleported to your god.
Fool! straight to God.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? We will never know.
Right? So, you pop out in the Chancellor's chambers. Specifically the Chancellor's chambers. No, I'm kidding. You get teleported to the same room that the rest of your party are currently waiting. And, completely dry is Zap sitting there.
So how was your swim, Zap?
Oh, it was just the right temperature.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has swum from the trade district to the Chancellor's building.
Swim.
I like the English lesson we have in chat.
I know, right?
I'm doing it just to spite him now. I'll do it just to spite you.
That's what motivates us all. Spite.
The spite.
It's usually
Shall we
just
go
existence
talk
for
to
me.
the Chancellor now?
Yeah. So, the guards are gonna be like, you can find your way from here, yes.
I think we're fine. Looks at Zap.
Perfect.
With the sly eyes.
Nope. I'm saying it. I'm saying it now. He swum all the way.
Swim.
He swum all the way.
He was swimming all the way. God.
It's not very long, as you guys have been to the Chancellor's chambers before. As you guys don't really need an escort there, with Zap knowing exactly where to find the Chancellor's chambers. You guys end up walking there. It's about a 10-minute walk through the same garden that Undariel... no, Undariel wasn't there. It was...
Ish and Zap.
Ish and Zap. That's right. Ish and Zap, you both pass through the garden again. But you don't find the same individual who was here the last time you had come through.
A princess.
Yes. As you guys continue walking, you guys finally end up near the Chancellor's chambers. Doors wide open, and you can hear a conversation inside. Quite loud, and it sounds like a disagreement. And
Is he
it
screaming
is...
unlimited power?
No. It is in Elvish, but a dialect of Elvish that, Gameth, you don't quite know.
I'm gonna walk in.
Okay. Yeah, you walk in.
I don't know.
You catch bits and pieces of it, but it's different enough that you don't quite understand everything that they're saying.
Okay.
Ish just decides to start strolling in, and upon strolling in, you can see that one of the Chancellors is up out of his seat, quite livid at the group of individuals before him. A bunch of guards are standing before him, and they're looking definitely scolded at this point. I think I've turned into the grammar police. That's all good. It's needed. And the guards are looking scolded, and they're kind of looking embarrassed when they turn around and see that the adventurers are here. The Chancellors are going to dismiss them with a wave of their hand, and they're going to be like, "Come, adventurers, come in. We've been waiting for you. We heard of what transpired this morning. I hope that everything is well with you."
What was that?
I hear.
Was that?
An individual teleported to the trade district.
No, I
Almost
mean,
drowned.
What was the scolding for?
Lax watchouts. On the outskirts of the city. Why we were not warned before the attack, of course. But nothing you should concern yourselves with. Things that we will take care of and deal with ourselves. Now, as for the rest of you, the king is sadly preoccupied with the events that have transpired and has left us in charge of ensuring that you are given your reward as promised, as well as something additional. Something that the king has procured himself, having read your files.
We have files?
Yes, it is the job of every chancellor to make sure that anyone who enters the city is to compile a file on each of them.
What does mine say?
Stupid lizard.
As he goes through the papers on the desk, he pulls out a small tome, and he hands you the tome. If you wish to look, you and your adventuring party are in this book. All of the details that we've managed to scour about you.
But mine says stupidly sexy.
No, yours just says stupid.
Most of ours just say stupid. Flipping through it and it's just like 4
Stupid.
pages of stupid,
Stupid.
written over and over again.
Stupid. No, but, they're gonna go, you can read that if you want, but please do not take it. If you ever do come back to the city, this is how we know who you are.
Oh. Okay. I'm gonna read through it.
Okay. As you begin to read through it, you realize that you don't speak Elvish.
So I'm just gonna
Or
like,
read.
Or read.
just like putting my finger along as my eyes are trailing past. I have no idea what this is.
I have no idea what this is.
I'm gonna hand it to Garnet.
Want me to read this to you?
Ooh, bedtime story.
I will read it to you once we are done talking with the chancellors.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
No. The Blessing of the Pantheon now gives the Bless spell effect for one-time use only, which allows them to have a D4 or a D6 on any saving throw attack roll made. And then the Pantheon's interdiction is going to be the same thing.
Huh?
Wait, what?
It's
It's the fucking interdiction is where the gods can give you an inspiration point. Yep. Made them a little bit more expensive.
Did you do the Bane thing like I suggested or no?
I have not done the Bane thing yet. But I will be doing that.
Yeah, like there's Bless that does plus 1d4 to you, and then there's Bane that does minus
1d4 to yeah.
Yep.
Oh. People are gonna try and use it on us. You know that.
Yeah, well, Bane doesn't work on you guys. Bane only works on enemies. But, right? But, no, you guys aren't going to be doing a lot of combat this session. This is mainly a roleplay session for you guys. Pantheon's Bless is cheaper. That's because I changed it from, Pantheon's, Inspiration. Yeah, I changed it from, the Bardic Blessing to something else, and now it's 500 points. And then the Interdiction is the 1500.
And I'm assuming
That's the
we
inspiration,
can't
is it?
spend our own points.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 500 is probably a good number.
Oh, it's 250 for Pantheon's Blessing, so it's 200 more than it was before. And then the Pantheon's Interdiction's 1500. I'll probably end up driving that up, just dependent on how many points that everyone's able to get.
How much do y'all know about what happened during our fight?
Very little.
So like if somebody uses the detour while we're
It literally does nothing but spend their points.
man, I thought it would just be like, okay, we're gonna go left now instead of right.
I mean, the detour is us just going off and just rambling on about random shit.
Wherever
Yeah, like
the
now.
world says to go, we
Yeah.
don't go.
Jesus. Alright, so let's get back on topic. I'm saving
I
mine
was
for
always on
detours.
topic.
It's good to hear. Save those points for the
Appreciate it.
detours.
Remember,
So-
always save the healer, right?
Right?
Right.
No.
So,
Healer does jack shit.
I
I'll
mean,
keep
we
that in mind.
survived just fine
Yeah,
without
okay,
him.
go ahead.
So, the Chancellors, realizing that Ish is unable to read and that Garnet is going to close the book, they hold their hand out waiting for the book back.
But I want to
Oh.
know what it says.
Don't worry, I'm pretty sure you already know enough about yourself that there's nothing interesting in this book.
What about them?
Mm.
You didn't ask for hers, and I
Garnet's
think
like,
that's not important right now.
No. Other than that, adventurers, the reward is promised. I know that some of you were considering the full blessing to be able to breathe underwater. Have you made up your mind on that?
Pass for me.
Did you say pass?
Yeah, I'll pass it.
Okay.
It's going to be a hard pass for me.
A hard pass for Izap, yeah.
I've clearly drowned a few times.
Well, if you get the
Water's not friendly.
if you get the permanent thing, you'll be able to breathe underwater no matter what, so water wouldn't really matter to you then. Just saying.
I'm a confident swimmer.
But I will also pass. Me and water don't really mix.
Understandable.
Stop that.
And lastly, Ish. Ish just sitting there going, nah.
I don't know. I don't want to have to deal with it. So,
You can become your own ship, though.
I don't need to.
Ish is also confident with her swimming ability.
I am. I have swum oceans. Swam ocean? Swum?
Swimming. You have swimming oceans.
I have swimming oceans.
I
Yeah.
have swimming ocean.
John's gonna get tilted and just leave. He's gonna be like, nope, not today.
Already.
He's like, nope, can't do it. Not doing it.
So I'll pass you, I guess.
Understood. Well, you've passed up on the blessing. Do mind if you ever do change your mind. You will be able to come back and get the blessing whenever you choose. And they reach underneath the desk, the other chancellor who hasn't been talking. This is the reward hand-chosen by the king for each of you. And he's going to lift up a seaweed-covered chest. Aesthetic, of course. He is going to...
I guess I'll say nothing if not aesthetic.
Yes.
Aesthetic.
Alright, perfect. You guys will find in Loot and Rewards the City of Glass reward.
Ah, there we go.
You guys are going to find inside the chest a dish-sized shell that looks like that of a giant koi fish, of the finest quality. You will find a slightly luminescent pearl, an ancient soaked yew branch, and Grandma's kelp blanket.
I'm gonna snatch the blanket.
Yep.
Figured that.
I'm going to take the pearl.
Looks like branch.
Okay, I guess I get a shell.
You all fucking know which one belongs to who. Y'all fucking best take the goddamn right one, or I will end you all.
So who chose wrong?
Everyone but Ish. Y'all best just, like, trade around until you get it right.
I guess the pearl's mine.
Yes.
I get the-
Here, I'll trade this
Shiny.
branch for a pearl. Here you go.
It's shiny.
I'll
You
trade
got- you
you
have a
that
shell,
branch
yeah.
for a disc. Or a dish. A shell.
Jesus
I didn't
Christ.
even. Okay, to be fair, 2 of them chose wrong. I got the fucking shit into that. I didn't
I
even
was
get
gonna
the
take the
choice.
pearl.
Hell no, that's shiny.
It's not shiny. It's luminescent. It glows.
That's shiny. That's
No.
shiny.
That's
No.
a shiny.
So who's the grandma that this blanket
That's
belongs to? That's what I want to know.
That's a great question, and you may never find out.
It's yours.
Oh, I'm a grandma.
What is the pearl? What is
Congratulations.
the pearl? Try to
Yeah,
investigate.
I'll. Can we ask the chancellors of what each of these are and do?
Personalized gifts, hand chosen by the king for whichever reason the king has decided. He has not made us privy to this information, but I assume it is to aid you in whatever journey you have.
Wait a second. This means you know what blankets are, and you were freaking fucking with me this entire time.
That's what it takes out of this. You knew what blankets were? Fuck you!
All those scimitars. You want to fucking go?
I'll cut you! I'll cut you!
I'll make it look like a fucking accident too.
Good. Made a clip of I will destroy you all. Jesus.
When we were playing D&D.
Yep.
Okay, I have a pearl. Okay.
I have a branch.
The chancellors are going to go. These hold some importance, but I do not know. The king has his own reasons, being a master of divination magic himself. It would be wise to keep these objects on you. He does not give objects like this out willy-nilly.
Wow. Which one's which? Who's whose?
Okay, so if the pearl belongs to Ondariel, and the branch belongs to Garnet, and the kelp blanket belongs to Ish,
Grandma's kelp blanket.
I can only imagine that the shell of the finest quality, that it's shaped like a dish, is yours
So you're
there.
telling me I'm trading this pearl for that shell?
Yep.
It's a shell of the finest quality. Like,
I think it would be more shiny than a pearl.
it's bigger.
It's definitely more pristine. It looks like a really fancy vase.
This is a tough choice.
He's like, The world was warm until it wasn't. You'll be fine. You'll live without the pearl, Zap.
I got a shiny pearl. I got a shiny pearl.
I got a jar of dirt. I got a jar of dirt.
Now you're just trying to get him to kill you. If he kills you, that's on you, man.
I mean, technically, Gameth has two. It's pearl power.
That's true.
Luminescent pearl.
But that one's not luminescent, that's right.
This one's more powerful.
Oh. Jin,
Yes?
could you bring me some Excedrin?
Yeah.
I did not sleep well last night.
Can I try to figure out what this device or conch is?
Yeah, of course. It's a flat shell with a little bit of a cup at the bottom. It looks like one half of an oyster shell. And its coloring is that of a koi fish, orange and white.
Oh, that clip was fucking funny.
I won't.
I watch that.
Right. So, as for the rest of you who have now gotten their goods, I know Zap seems disappointed.
I can spray paint it gold for you.
I'll figure out why it's awesome.
So you have spray paint?
Yeah, it's called magic. Probably doesn't exist in this world.
Apparently it doesn't exist. You're right. It is luminescent because it has luminescent genes.
Sure.
It's got boots with the fur.
Club was looking at him.
Yep. Also, so finally, the chancellors are going to close the chest and place it back underneath their desk. Now, adventurers, it is our greatest honor to bestow this upon you. And as they pull out a bunch of medallions with the same crest that you saw before, it is a small gold discs with what appears to be ivory for the insignia etched on it.
Are we royalty now?
No, this does not mean you are royalty, but it does mean that you have access to the city, should you ever return. This is the king's own personal blessing, allowing you to have free roam of the city for most places. Each of you, and he hands each of you the medallion, can do with this as you please. Do note that if you do sell it, it will disappear from whoever you give it to and return here. But besides
Free
that,
money.
I mean, sure, but you will not have access to the city.
I think you would want access to the city more than anybody.
I'm gonna slip it on my neck along with the necklace that we were given for the tribe, or whatever.
Gotcha. So the Dreamcatcher necklace that you put on. Okay, so now you've got 2 necklaces on. Man, you are just going to be necklace central, aren't you?
Yep.
Gotcha.
I'll add it with my swag.
Yeah, could I put it in the bag of holding?
Yeah, that's not an issue. So, you place it within the bag of holding. And then lastly, the chancellors are going to go, and as promised, we informed you that we would be getting you back to your end destination with all of your belongings and the few things we were managed to salvage. Are you still wanting the belongings? It seems that most of them were goods from one of our kin's forests. It's just miscellaneous silken goods and other things. I'm sure you would like them, yes?
We need to. I have the papers from the crewmates, and I would like to give this to their family. I have some.
So I think we should take all this silken stuff with us to see who was supposed to, who it was supposed to get sold to, so we could talk to them to know more, where to find out where the crew's family was.
Well, I mean, I have their papers. What does their papers say? I haven't, rifled.
So rifling through the papers now as you pull them out of your bag of holding and go, I've got papers! You go through and you notice that a bunch of them are sealed in envelopes they're pretty much bulging, with how much contents are in them. And you finally get to the last one, and it's a map of the coastline around the area that you guys came from. And it's got a point on the opposite side of the coast. So if you had gone through where you're at and come out and head back up around, labeled on the map is a place you guys don't recognize, and it's known as Onyxria. And that is not where you're heading. No, that is not the same place as your guys' scroll.
So that's where we're heading.
Is that where you were going?
I want to go there.
Detour!
Someone click the detour button.
Everyone's like, detour!
I would appreciate being able to help the families of these people who died from the Kraken.
I would too. At least let the families know what has happened to them. But remember, we have a very important quest.
She's just like, quest, smessed.
Stop the world ending. We just put another thing down. It'll be good for another couple weeks.
Yeah, we got time.
Wait. We have to go to the next place. Our horses are there.
And the rest of our party.
Yeah.
Yeah, those two.
Yeah.
We've only been down here for a couple days, right?
Yes. By the end of your guys' travels, you will have been away from your party, the rest of your party, for about 2 weeks.
We're gonna walk up like, oh boy, you'll never guess what we did.
I mean, Reza's there. She probably just lets them know.
Yeah. Although it's gonna be vague, like they're too what their purpose is.
Yeah.
Reza's not there to tell the rest of the party what you do. That's your job. Reza's here to tell you what she thinks is going to happen to you.
Are we gonna fuck up and die, or?
Yes.
That's about 50% of the visions.
It's like 70 for ish.
She's not very accurate yet.
No, it's she's still getting there.
Oh, don't worry, it'll happen eventually.
One of us will off one of each other.
Yeah, one of us.
Yeah. One of us.
One of these
Or
fools is not
all.
like the other. So,
all secretly plotting, just like,
as you guys are sitting here discussing, the chancellors are just going to sit back patiently.
So I vote that we go to.
I like detours.
Yeah.
I vote we go to the desert, where it's warm.
Where it's warm.
Who says Anixria isn't warm?
Onyxria is not a desert.
Do I know anything about that place?
Onyxria? No, none of you know much about Onyxria. You guys could roll history.
Who has the highest history? It's not me because that's 0.
I have a 2.
It's probably you.
Nope. I have a 4.
Wow, look at the noble over here pulling out the big stops.
You trained in it, aren't you?
Also, I'm not going to be rolling it. Telling you that now, because I want to go to the desert.
No, you haven't heard much about Onyxria. Not even rumors have left this this country.
He knows anything about Onyxia.
Ah, shit. I guess the place does sound like shit.
What was that, Zap?
I asked the chancellors if they know anything about Onyxia.
No, we have not heard of this place. It has probably come to be since the last time we were on the surface ourselves.
And how long was that?
Few thousand years.
So it's new.
New to us, sure.
Does that mean it's a human place, most likely?
More than likely. You said that these letters and this map pointing you towards this place came from your crew, yes, that you were on? What race were they?
Fells?
They were human. They were an Ixian, but I wouldn't.
So they looked human.
So they look. Did they? Were they? They were gray, weren't they?
They were pale, with
Pale.
white hair. Yeah, they looked
Oh.
human, but skinny, tall, and pale.
Yeah.
They look like your standard grunge.
So I think that we should continue on with our journey.
Yeah,
If we don't
head
know
to the
anything about
city.
it.
We can probably find somebody that will be trustworthy enough to deliver these. Or we might just happen to pass by.
You think the post office exists?
Yeah.
I mean, even if it does, I wouldn't trust them.
Drop it off at the post office and be like, I need this to get there in 2 to 3 business days. Sorry, we can only do 5.
5
Just a bunch of
days?
people using
No,
message.
5 months.
5 months, yeah, exactly. So, you guys have decided, are you guys heading to the Tri-City area?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Tri-state
always,
area, come on.
only if asked. If nobody's concerned about YouTube, then just leave it. I mean, anybody who's here in chat, feel free to speak up if you guys want more information, or if you guys have been here a while watching. Thank you. It's always appreciated to have a nice, decent amount of viewers. I know that a lot of the ones in chat are currently my entire group of D&Ds. 3 moderators in chat right now.
Who?
Bisley, Zaid, and John.
Oh, I see. What is?
Do you want to be a moderator? Because I thought that was way too much pressure on you. Exactly, I don't want to hear it.
So, hey, why does John get a name and me and Billy don't?
Because you guys are players, and you are slaves to this now. I'm sorry, but you don't...
just fucking up and leave.
Get out of here, then.
Alright.
No. Get up. Get that. You fucking bitch.
So detours.
Yeah, detours. So, you guys have decided that you are continuing on towards the Tri-City area, yeah? The Tri-State area.
Told you. Push of a button.
Mm-hmm. So, the Chancellors are going to be like, well then, we have made ready. Are you taking the goods with you, or would you like to leave them here?
Can we come back for them when we need them?
Sure. We can store them at the embassy for you.
Okay.
Perfect. Well, adventurers, if you wish to head out today, the stablemaster has been made aware that you are able to take 4 of the seahorses, and they will return home, of course, when you finally get to your end destination. A retinue of guards will also go with you to ensure that you are continuing to head in the right direction.
So how do we get back here?
Ah, of course. Pull out the medallion for me, please.
I'm gonna pull it out.
Okay. So, he walks over to a large bronze, dish that's being held on like a tripod. And it's sitting there with a bunch of wavy, like, crystals around the outside of it. And he goes, it's simple. All you have to do is hold the medallion in your hand, desire to return to the City of Glass, and you drop it in any body of water. It has to be specifically salt water, connected to this place. Once you...
Any bottle of water. Body of water.
Any body of water attached to this place.
There.
So, any...
This ocean?
It doesn't have to be this ocean. It could be any ocean as long as the ocean leads here. And
So
he's
it
going
could
to...
be literally a river connecting 2 oceans, and we'd be fine.
Yes. He's going to go ahead and drop the medallion upon thinking this into the brazier filled with water, and it's going to begin to glow, and it's going to begin to create an inky blue like aura as the medallion starts to spin in place. Now, of course, you are here within the city, so it's going to tell you you're already here. But the medallion will lead you in any direction that leads to here, should you wish to return. As well as if you have access to magic such as teleportation, we can teach you the rune sequence to be able to teleport here whenever you desire. But I am afraid that your magic is quite limited.
For now.
We're limited.
You're limited! Yeah. Ish getting insulted for Garnet. Yeah, I'm not dumb. Alright, so he's going to fetch the medallion out. He's going to hand it back to Ish.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions, adventurers?
What happens if my necklace gets stolen?
Ah, of course. If it gets stolen, it will return here, but we will know whether it was sold or stolen, as the enchantments placed on it are quite specific that way. Mm-hmm. Should it be stolen, it will be sent back to you post-haste.
How?
Okay.
We
Magic.
have the means.
Magic.
No, more than likely we will send an envoy to you.
Ah. Okay.
Can keep food preserved but can't teleport a necklace across the world. What the fuck?
What?
I'm sorry, that requires too much, keen magic, and they don't want to, spend the time to try to do that.
So they'd rather walk across the planet.
Yeah, it would be much faster, actually. Because if they fuck it up and somehow it ends in the elemental plane of fire, yeah. They're just going to go, well, they don't get it anymore.
Yeah.
Sucks to suck.
I mean,
sucks, does
technically,
suck.
couldn't an envoy accidentally walk into the elemental plane of fire?
If he somehow stumbles upon a portal that leads to the elemental plane of fire and thought, you know what, this might be a shortcut through a giant burning hellscape. Yes, he could accidentally walk.
Didn't Garnet come from an elemental plane?
The elemental plane of fire, yes,
Yeah.
and it's a hellscape.
Yes.
It is 100.
Not a hellscape.
It is 100% like rivers of lava. It's a hellscape.
Oh,
He
yeah.
accidentally got teleported to this plane, so couldn't something in this plane accidentally teleport people there?
I mean, sure.
So either way, the envoy or magic end up in the elemental plane of fire.
I mean, by that logic, yes, you should never ever leave home. You might end up in the elemental plane of fire.
See, the reason I did get
I
teleported
want
though
that
is
in a
because I
shirt.
fucked with magic, though. I fucked with magical items.
Yeah. And you didn't even leave your home to do it. So it's not even safe there.
It's not even safe there. Don't exist, or you might end up on the elemental plane of fire.
I'm telling you, it's not that bad.
Believe you.
He's like, man, I remember bathing in the rivers of lava, man. Those were good times. And you're just like, what? Twitching?
Why
What?
the fuck do you think I want to go to the fucking desert?
He's like, home.
Heat, home. So
I-
much like home.
Alright, so, the chancellors are going, are there any other questions, adventurers?
None that are stupid, probably.
I see.
None that are stupid? Or
None that are
I
stupid.
only ask stupid questions.
Which
Before
means
our
there's no more
travel-
questions from Ash.
I'm trying to ask one right now.
You're
Before
good.
our travel, could we get another ritual? Because as of right now, we can't breathe water.
Of course, we were going to give you the another 48 hours, as that might be all that you need in order to get there. The seahorses that you will be riding on are the same that pull the king's chariot, and you will be making quite a bit of time.
Who is the
Okay.
king?
Ah, yes, you wish to know who the king is. King Durheed.
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 Yeah, Durheed.
Durheed.
Durhead. Because you told us that once before, or I
Yes.
searched it up or something.
What's his name? D-U-R...
H-A-E-D.
H-E-A-D.
Yeah, H-A-E-D.
H-E-A-D.
E-A-D, yeah. Heed. Head. Durhead.
So
Durhead.
why haven't we met him yet?
He has been busy taking care of the crisis that occurred. You have managed to stop the attacks, but there are logistics that must be taken care of, and the magics restored, as the lineage of the magics that sustain this city are passed down from one ruler to the next. He has been personally seeing to the restoration of the dome. The magical barriers are in place, and this would be the only way for you to return here unless you innately knew how to find your way here.
So as long as I think of it as home, I could.
You were like, home.
He's been walking off.
Yeah, random direction.
Random direction, home.
Which way is my ship right now?
Up. For sure it's up.
Okay, up, but what direction up?
Straight up.
No, not straight up.
I would begin swimming up, like I
No, it's far to the north. You can tell that they are taking their subarctic passage this time of year.
yes.
Because the Arctic passages are finally opening up.
Because it's spring?
Yep.
So?
It is starting to be spring. Best time of year to do it.
Actually, summer probably would be.
No, summer is too dangerous. Spring is the best time to do it.
Well, it's your world, I guess.
Yep. And the reason summer is too dangerous is because the white dragons are out in number.
Yes, white dragons. The The bigger me.
The bigger you. Exactly.
No, no wonder it's just so dumb.
I wasn't gonna go there, but yeah. Yeah.
White dragons. Poor dumb dragons.
The poor dumb white dragons. Is there anything else, adventurers? I feel like we call you only adventurers. Do you go by anything else? Lizards.
Hang on, I got titles for this.
No, you do not.
Nothing that comes out of your mouth is for that.
My name is Gimeth. This is Undariel.
Phaedric, Sailors, these heal of the forest, sick of the songs.
Whoa.
Whoa.
We know your names, but what are we to refer to you as a whole?
The lizards.
The lizards.
Undariel squad.
No. We still haven't figured that out yet. We've been kind of busy running other errands back and forth.
I see. Well, if you don't choose your own titles soon, then the world around you might catch wind and start deciding for you.
Captain Ish and the lizards. Spread the word.
No.
Captain Ish and the lizards spread the word aye. And immediately they set up like beacons that launched into the air. It has been spread. The world is aware of who you are.
Now all of China knows that you're Captain Ish and the lizards.
Okay, but seriously, along more lines.
The tunnel snakes.
The tunnel snakes.
Tunnel snakes rule.
But we will not have word of that. But if you ever do decide to call yourself something, we might hear word of it. But remember, the world around you only moves so slowly, and eventually they will catch on to your doings.
Yeah, we gotta sit down and discuss. We might do that tonight, actually.
Well, adventurers, we wish you the best of luck. Just report to the stable master whenever you are ready to leave. As well, whenever you are ready, 2 magi will be sent to the embassy to do the ritual to ensure that you have the time necessary to make it back to the surface.
Perfect. Thank you.
Of course. If you do need anything else, please let the guards around you know. Any of that will be brought back to our attention, and we will try our best to aid you in whatever is needed.
Okay.
What, now we're like fucking like the 70s like greasers? We're just gonna like walk down the street and like snap at people?
Tunnel snakes rule, man.
Just like walk towards them in a really like gay manner.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That is Undariel.
That is Undariel. You are correct. Goss, do you angrily snap at people when you walk towards them gaily?
Of course, it's kind of like necessary.
Ah, of course. My bad.
Is it a sponsor?
We don't have a sponsor yet, but I have been looking at possibly getting sponsors.
Is
so
it Burger
calm
King?
down. It's not Burger King. Burger King's not going to sponsor us. Burger King doesn't like us.
Unless.
We talk about other shit too often, including Wendy's. It's just...
No, we talk about, what's that sandwich place?
Oh, Jimmy John's.
Yeah, that place.
I don't like Jimmy John's, but yeah.
We don't even have Jimmy John's.
Right?
Yeah.
I love the
fuck
Bacon
is Jimmy
King.
John's?
Of course, fucking, yeah, I like Jimmy John's. I know you like Jimmy John's, party.
We know.
In order to summon you, Jimmy John's, and we hop on Black Ops Zombies. That's how we summon you. That is fact. Roadhouse. So what would you guys like to do?
Go back to the embassy, I guess? Because what time of day is it right now after everything that's happened?
It's about noon. Having rested, you guys have kind of lost track of days, as it is sometime post noon.
Before I
said we
leave,
could just-
I would like to get the blessing so that I can actually not drown in the market.
Oh yeah, so that you could explore the city. I guess we could get the blessing. Although we might need to get it renewed before we leave. Can we do that? like get it now and
Yeah.
also get it tomorrow?
They would be fine giving you another ritual. You'd have about 24 hours here within the city for the first ritual.
Plenty.
So,
I just want to see what the marketplace holds.
yeah, you guys go through the hour-long ritual needed to be granted water breathing and movement speed, a swim speed underwater, as that has been gifted to you. You guys have been given free roam of the city now, so you may do as you please. And moving about the city, you notice, just like in SpongeBob, how the lagoon is there. It's very similar to the water that traverses a lot of the city. There's an even denser lagoon that traverses the city, that like rivers and lakes and stuff.
So it's an area of like higher.
Yep,
Is
higher
there a
saline
ripped
content.
lobster?
There's not a giant red lobster.
Ripped lobster.
There's not a giant ripped lobster either.
Damn. Did he just rip his pants though?
I'm going to
No.
be looking for, I guess, a place to sell these statues first.
Gotcha. So you're gonna find your way through the city using city secrets, of course, and it doesn't take you very long to get over to the market district. And as you get there, you notice that the entirety of the market is a few stalls out and about in the water. A lot of the time, individuals don't come to the city, so they don't have anything fancy. They don't really have a blacksmith. They have no need for it. The only blacksmith they do have is in the royal area that makes the imperial arms and armor. And you wouldn't be able to wear or use anything that they actually make, as a lot of it's made out of coral, and you don't have the necessary resistances to be able to wear it.
Coral doesn't have any. Like.
Now, here's the weirder question. What's the likelihood of them having some form of poisons or toxins?
They actually don't have any stigmas against keeping goods like that. So they have pufferfish poison, they have stingray poison, and jellyfish poison, all of which are extremely potent against underwater creatures, but not quite as potent against land-dwelling creatures, as a lot of them have been specially kept specifically so that they could hunt shark, whale, and other things underwater with high fat counts. It specifically
That's
attacks
really
fat.
Interesting for us in this market, essentially.
You do find somebody who does keep artwork, and that would be your best bet for offing the pearl statues. But give me a second. I want to take a look at not only how much the pearl statues are going to fetch you, but also another question from another one of the players who's decided she wants to insist on getting something I don't want to give her.
I want it.
Obviously. Let's see. 500 to 5,000.
That's the price range, right?
Yes, it is the price range. I don't like you regardless. It's gonna be 2,500. I'll make it the middle ground there.
Okay. Does anybody want to loan me 500?
What are you trying to buy?
Is the cloak of displacement?
Something they're not selling in this city.
Come on.
Are they selling any magical items here?
They don't have any magical items for sale.
Gotcha. I figured it'd just be this statue selling eventually.
Give me 1 second as I'm getting to the miscellaneous artwork stuff, as I'm going to figure out how much I'm going to allow you to sell the pearls for.
They're pearl statues, not just pearl.
You know what, Jenny? So, you find your way to an art dealer. A lot of the artwork is made out of pearls and stonework. There are a few ice sculptures as well within his little area. A lot of this is made out of marble and coral, and there are a few paintings behind glass containers kept away from the effects of water, and there are a few specially treated rugs hanging from the walls. As you enter,
We use washroom while dealing with them.
there's a very, very, very large orc standing behind the desk. As he's sitting there, and he looks up and goes, "Welcome! I assume you speak common as you are an outsider. Welcome to my shop. I am the master of art here within the city. How can I help you, adventurers?"
How are you breathing?
Huh?
You're an orc, right?
Yes, I am an orc.
And we're underwater, right?
Yes.
You're a goblin underwater.
And you're breathing underwater.
He lifts up his neck, and you can see a nice set of gills on him, where his skin's kind of slightly discolored to a more bluish green. And he goes, "I'm half elf down here, of course."
How's that working out for you?
"Wonderfully. My kin back home don't like me too much."
Do you think that it's worth breathing underwater versus what you have?
I mean, I've always breathed underwater.
Okay. Sorry, I was offered a chance to do the same.
Using the ritual that the elves have. Yes.
Yes, I figured you'd gone through it. I apologize.
No, never had to. My father, yes. Me, no.
So, still, do you think it's worth it?
I think it's worth it if you spend enough time underwater, of course.
I spend quite a bit of time myself. Even saw the Kraken. That's where I got these, showing the statues.
Ah, you've brought artwork to me. Interesting. And just like all of the other individuals who have looked at the jewels or other art that you guys have looked at, he pulls out a pair of spectacles. A very common magical item at this point. And he puts them on and adjusts a lot of the glasses, or the things that pop over the eyes. And he puts them on and he takes a look at it and he goes, "Very crudely made. Looks like the hand of an unskilled artist made this, but I see the passion and the drive in it. It's interesting how they've managed to get the pearl in one solid piece with all of these tentacles. Where did these come from?"
Explain the exact place, the detail, the gem that I saw, everything.
Interesting. So they had an actual kraken to base their information or their design off of.
From what I understand, yes. As it was killing them, in fact.
Interesting. Let's see. How many of them do you have?
I personally carry only a few. My party, I do not know if they're willing to part with them, but I have 4.
I see. And your party members, are they here with you?
Turn around and look behind me, are they?
I am.
And Garnet?
I'm
Credits.
not there.
Okay, you're not there. So it's
Yeah.
Ish and Zap.
Yeah.
Ondario, you there as well?
No.
Okay. Well, do you also have some to sell?
What are they worth?
How much are you looking to get for it?
All of it?
All of it, eh?
Yeah.
I think I'd be willing. How many do you have first? That'll determine what I'm willing to pay.
What is all of it?
I mean, how many do you have?
I have 4.
So you have 8, and this is the complete set?
No.
I see. How many more are there?
In total, I believe there were 16.
16 of them, eh? I would be willing to pay you for an incomplete set 75 gold for each one that you have here. But if you were able to bring me for the full set, I could pay you 125
For each.
for each of them, yes.
Quick, let's find our
I
friends.
will go find our friends. And thank you very much, sir. What was your name?
Ah, Torog.
Torog.
Wait.
Pleasure to meet you. One's out. I will
Are-
be back momentarily.
Are they just art, or did they do something special?
I don't sense any magic, and my spectacles don't pick up anything other than that, but I can see that each one was crafted in a specific order. He takes a look at the 4 that have been handed to him, and he goes, "This one was crafted first, as it was uneven and rough. But they started getting the hang of cutting the pearl itself without damaging it too badly. A little bit of magic here and there to mend certain places, as they managed to mend certain bits of pearl back into places that it didn't belong. This one is almost pristine, so this looks like the end of the collection. But in order to give you an estimate of which order it was made in, and how masterfully each one was made, I'd need all of them before me. Now mind you, if they hold some personal interest to you and yours, I would be willing to make a deal in regards to most of the collection. I'm a collector of sorts, and if I was to turn around and sell it to somebody, they would want 90% of it at least."
You could always tell them that it's all of it.
I don't think you understand, little lizard. I'm not the only one who can tell them little nuances. Collectors have a very keen eye, sometimes even more keen than myself. And, some of them are very, very dickish.
Yes.
Well, you just can't say that.
They have a dick, don't they?
Oh, okay.
Dickish. Well, if you do come back with the rest of your party and the entirety of the collection, I would be willing to, discuss then. If you do have any other bits of artwork or other valuable goods, I could also take a look at it.
I'm gonna take out my turkey statue.
I see. And, what's the story to this one?
It was found in another dimension.
He looks at you and goes, "Uh-huh, I see. The adventurers have got the craziest of tales. Father used to say the same thing. I travelled to such and gathered such and such."
I don't think he likes his father.
He was a great man, but he was a bit head in the clouds, as you put it.
Yeah.
I don't go any further than the surface of the water these days. He's going to take a look at it and goes, "Whoever made this was quite skilled indeed.
He knew turkeys.
He made turkeys.
No, he knew turkeys.
Oh, he knew turkeys.
What
Giant murder turkeys.
Yes,
murder.
giant murder turkeys. Interesting. I don't know what a turkey is, but I assume this creature.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, are you looking to sell it or just have me appraise it?
Crazy.
Ah, of course. You're looking for an expert eye. Well, it's very well crafted, but it's very simple. Made out of oak, a hardwood, sturdy, absorbs a lot of water. Could become waterlogged if it's not treated well, but fairly good condition. Looking at it from an appraiser's eye, something I would pay for it would be about 45 gold. How much I'd sell it for? Probably not much more than that. Maybe at most 60, maybe 70.
Okay.
Of course, if you ever find yourself with even more of these from the creator himself, I'd be willing for at least one. It's interesting.
So what are the what are they called?
Yeah.
Never mind.
Aye, well, both of you
So,
are welcome here. I'm open all hours of the day. If I'm not out here immediately, just, don't knock anything over.
Okay, once we leave, I'm going to discuss with Fish. I don't think we should sell the statues here. I think we'll fetch a better price up on land.
Yeah. Probably, especially if they've never seen a kraken.
Yeah. But it's good to know that they think it's worth 125 down here.
Yeah.
It's a benchmark.
We can always come back and sell them.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You got
Well, if there's no
Chick-fil-A?
magical items or nothing worth scouting out around here, then I'm ready to head out. Unless my investigation can find something interesting.
Yeah, sure. Roll an investigation. See if you can't find anything.
Ooh, horrible.
Yep, your investigation isn't going to lead to anything other than what you've already discovered. A lot of the marketplace here in the city is very minimalist. A lot of it's food and other natural goods needed for the day-to-day life for each individual. All of the specialty goods that would normally be in a city such as this are not here due to the fact that they don't really have a lot of tourism, which means they don't have a lot of outsiders buying the goods. So they have no need to make them.
This means their prices are probably jacked up.
Not necessarily. A lot of their prices are influenced only by the local, income. So a lot of it is not. No one's poor here. You guys haven't seen anyone living on the streets. A lot of the city's cared for, as are most elven cities in general, as they don't believe in not giving support to those that are unable to make by. Most of the elves live so long anyways that it's nearly impossible for them to have not come across something they're good at and can make a living from it.
Neat.
Yeah. So there is no homelessness, there is no poverty here, but they're definitely not like exorbitant prices. So that's all. That's what you guys make of it. Buy low, sell high. What would you guys like to do? I mean, Garnet and Ondariel, where did you guys decide to go? Back to the embassy?
Yeah, I went back to the embassy to read the books that I'd gotten from the library previously.
Okay.
Oh, don't forget your scroll stuff.
I'll also do some scroll stuff.
Oh
Okay.
shit, yeah.
Scroll stuff.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That was just a normal Arcana check, wasn't it?
Yeah, intelligence.
Come on.
Yeah, Arcana. You're right.
I mean, if that's wait, Arcana section.
You're like, yes, perfect. Yeah, Arcana. So Gameth is gonna get one more towards.
I need to get proficient in Arcana.
You're not proficient?
No, he's not proficient. He has bardic or the bard proficiency
That's
in
right.
everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jack of all trades, master of none.
Mm-hmm.
Except for anything in Ball's Charisma.
So, what would the rest of you like to do as you guys make your way back to the embassy, I assume?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys make your way back to the embassy, and you guys find Gameth poring over a bunch of scrolls and books that he's gotten from multiple libraries at this point. And Ondariel is sitting there just beating his head against the table, trying to understand this, scroll before him. The same scroll that you've seen them working on for almost a full month now.
I'm gonna sit down and take out my children's book and start reading.
Okay, yeah. And Zap, what do you want to do?
I'm going to go practice my Elvish.
Gotcha. So the rest of the day passes pretty uneventfully. You guys don't really discover anything new. You guys are still learning. But Gameth, as you look over the Nether Scroll towards the end of the day, everything that you've been studying for the past while is starting to make a lot of sense. It starts beginning to describe something as a whole. And the very idea of conjuration is starting to make sense. The ability to take raw energy and to form it into something else. And you get the general gist of construction towards it. And you can feel that with just a little bit more time, you will have actually gotten something quite useful out of the scroll.
Okay.
It's finally happening.
Finally happening.
Oh, God!
God. I don't know if we haven't left yet, obviously. But you said 48 hours. Would it actually take the full 48 hours to get us back to where we were going?
Yes. You guys are going to be traveling with magical enchantments that increase your guys' swim speed on the seahorses. And you guys are going to be traveling quite quickly. As you guys are not far already from the coastline you guys were heading, it's only going to take you 2 full days of traveling on the back of these seahorses to get where you're going.
So, question.
Yes.
Can me and my snake fit on the back of it?
Yes, that's not going to be an issue.
I mean, really, we're underwater, so you can just like tie a rope to the snake and just pull it.
No.
The reason I asked that is, would we be bunkering down for a night, say?
No, you guys are going to basically be sleeping on the back of these seahorses.
Okay. So it would
That
not
won't
be
work.
smart to read the Nether Scroll.
No, you won't have the ability to focus on the Nether Scroll during these travels.
Okay.
I mean, if we can sleep on them, we can read on them.
I mean, sure, but you're not going to be able to focus on the magic coming from the scroll. You will automatically fail the attempt to study the scroll.
So you attune to something while doing it?
You could attune to something if you so chose.
I don't have anything.
Okay. I
I
mean,
think I'm already attuned.
I figured as much, but it's all good.
I was just wondering.
Yeah. Okay. So, other than that, the day ends pretty uneventfully. The next day, another big helping of food is prepped from their storage for you by the chef, as he has started to kind of break down what your guys' favorite food was. Anything fits for Ish and Zap, but as for Ondariel and Garnet, specific things have been chosen for you in the proper amounts necessary for you guys to find satisfaction from your meal.
I
Don't be
have
grits, don't be grits.
preferences.
Yeah,
It's grits for Ondariel.
Yeah, of course. Grits for Ondariel, and then whatever Garnet so chooses for the day. And then, of course, just anything works for Ish.
Mostly meat.
I like a nice omelet.
You get grits, Ondariel. It's been decided for you.
You cut open your omelet, it's grits.
Yeah, it's always been grits. Always will be grits. Yes, you can
Whatever
get an
you
omelet.
have now and far in the future will be grits.
Yep.
We sit
Like
down in front of the king with meal. Someone puts a plate in front of you. I take it away and put grits.
Grits.
No, it's
Conjuration,
just like,
it's grits now.
it's like those videos where it's like you cut into something and everything's cake.
Yep.
Except it's grits.
That's great. Somebody needs to make this meme.
Yep.
Always grits.
Always grits. Yeah, I guess some meat would do fine.
Yeah, don't worry about the specifics. Just know that whatever you guys ask for is made for you.
Do they have sugar pickles?
They do have sugar pickles, yes. And the reason they have sugar pickles is actually a really good story. Should you
Yeah.
choose to ask.
I do ask.
So, they have sugared pickles. Pantheon's bless. Gameth, you have a 1d6 on a skill check, saving throw, or attack roll made.
24?
Yep. 1d6.
Before.
26?
It's a little stronger than a regular bless, but it's a one-time use.
Ah, yeah.
It's not quite as good as the Bardic Inspiration. The Bardic Inspiration's there to just push you over the limit.
Slowly keeps
Okay.
getting better.
So, the sugar pickle, as the chef goes, quite some time ago, there used to be an embassy of humans that came through that was part of an adventuring party known as the Guild of Heroes. The Guild of Heroes had one specific individual who was the captain of the adventuring party, who had come through and had discovered the secret to the best pickles in existence. And he had discovered this when he had invaded a wizard's tower, thinking that the wizard was doing horrible experiments on people. What he had found out is that he was actually tampering with very specific magics to alter the physical state of pickles itself. He was trying to use alteration magic in order to change a pickle into a super pickle. And I shit you not, this is actual shit in the game. This individual had used the magic and had created the pickle, but in doing so had drained a specific area around his tower of magic for the time being. So this group of adventurers was sent out to stop him, and when they had invaded the tower and got to the end, they had discovered this pickle from the wizard, and this adventurer trying it, of course, after they figured out that the wizard wasn't trying to harm anybody. He was just doing experiments to try to make perfect food. They had discovered from him the love for sugared pickles. And that same adventuring party, when escorting a lord down here, ended up telling them to store sugared pickles for the future.
Yeah.
This is fucking great.
I think I know who that
Who
wizard
the
is.
wizard was?
His love for sugared pickles cannot be stated enough. That is fact.
I'm gonna try and make a sugar pickle.
It's too much. I don't like pickles, but I've heard it's too much.
Wait, is that?
It's an actual thing.
Sugared pickle?
Yep.
I assume it was like powdered sugar.
Mm-hmm.
No. Is it?
Yep. Yeah. You basically it's like the cucumber and it tastes like watermelon. It just enhances the flavor with the pickle. I don't know. It's a thing I heard once that people liked, and I was like, fuck it. I've got an eccentric character that could use sugared pickles. Fuck it. Let's go. So
I mean,
he likes sugared pickles.
With them.
alright.
But yeah, he's got sugared pickles here for you. If you so choose, he will give you a single jar of the sugared pickles, as it does cost them thousands of gold to import pickles.
I will take that.
Can't they just use sea cucumbers?
No. No. He hands you a giant living thing. Eat! Hey.
Sprinkles sugar on it first.
Okay, so what would you guys like to do?
We gotta get a new.
You guys are going to need a new ritual if you guys are planning on leaving today.
Yeah.
So upon requesting, the two magi from the chancellor's district, or their offices that they run out of, two of their mages show up and are going, "We are experienced with the ritual, and we have been instructed to perform the ritual, giving you 48 hours to get to your final destination."
So they're not the chancellors?
No.
Where are the chancellors?
They are taking care of individual things that they have had to catch up on since the events that had occurred a few days ago.
So the chancellors look exactly alike, don't
Yeah, they're replicas of each other. They're twins.
Are they twins?
Yeah. And indeed, the two individuals that have shown up are both twins. But however, it's less noticeable, as one is male and one is female. And they are not identical, because it's kind of hard to get identical twins with
I don't know.
boys and girls.
They do look similar, though.
Yes, they do look similar, but identical is not possible.
The penis, you know?
Yeah, it's usually the extra chromosome that does it. It creates a bunch of hormones, and those hormones just fuck up the body.
Of course, like God.
It's like, come on, man. Come on, man! So they're going to get ready, and they're going to do the ritual for you. And it takes an hour, and you guys have been granted 48 hours plus a little bit of extra time, just to ensure that you don't have any issues with making it to your final destination.
Magic.
As they're going to go, we have just burned our strongest spell in order for this to work, so you should have plenty of time, plus a little bit of extra. But if you have any other questions, feel free to ask. Before we have to leave, of course.
I have nothing to ask. I'm good.
Good. Well,
I guess
Actually,
now we sprint at the door and leave.
I did just remember, did I finish, say, all the books and scrolls that I got?
yes, you did manage to finish the books and scrolls that you had gotten from the Chancellors. From the Chancellor, specifically.
I thought it was from the librarians.
The librarians. You're right, thank you. Not the Chancellors.
Yeah.
They have
Not
their
the
own little area there. But yeah, you finished them.
I go up to the nearest guard. Do you mind dropping this off to the library? I don't seem to have a time right now, as we are about to leave.
I'm not giving you mod powers, Mac. Of course. I will inform the librarians that you have managed to complete this, and I'm sure that they will be glad to get it back.
Tell them thank you as well.
Of course.
It was a very good read.
Of course. And before you got out of here, we were instructed by the Chancellors to give you a few things. If you ever find yourself at another elven city, which they think that you might, we have a few letters that need to be sent off, and the best way to send it is with an envoy we trust. And seeing as we have a very convenient one before us, here. And he pulls out a few encased letters, and there are 3 envelopes that they hand you.
Okay.
On each of the fronts, you will find the symbol for the city of which you are at that you should give them. One for the moon, one for the sun, and one for... I don't know which one this is. I'm not quite knowledgeable on these kin, but the Chancellors know them, so if you find yourself at these places, it would be best to give these to them, yes.
How will we know we're at the place if you don't know what the place is?
You will notice the crest. I think these are the drow, but I don't really know if the drow have a crest.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. And we know of the moon elves, right?
You know of the sun elves, yeah.
Sun, okay.
Yeah, those are the ones
Knew
you've
it was
already
one of
received
them.
your blessing from.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I made a deal with the sun.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Well, adventurers, I feel that the Chancellors have trust in you, that you will make it to where you're going, and best of luck with your travels.
Thank you.
Of course.
I need it.
The 2 magi have already taken their leave, using the crest to teleport away, and you guys are good to go.
Mm-hmm. I will go to the stables.
Okay. So, you guys swim across the city to the stables after grabbing all of your belongings. You arrive to a retinue of individuals already. The head guard that you had interacted with when you had arrived back to the city, or actually he had actually wrote out to you and brought you back to the city after rescuing the prisoners. He's standing there with a small group of other guards, and he goes, "Looks like I have been assigned to escort you to where you're going. We've also been informed that you are heading to the Tri-Cities, the slave ports. Disgusting place that it is. I hope that you manage to kill a lot of those damned slavers."
I'm sure we will.
Yeah, being a slave sucks.
Looks you up. I would not have taken you for a slave, but it is a good thing you have broken free of that slavery.
Yeah, I wasn't a slave for long. Sucked.
Interesting. Well, adventurers, we're going to be escorting you as quickly as we can. Magical enchantments have already been placed on the stirrups of the seahorses, and these ones are bred for speed.
I'm gonna name mine Bread.
I gotcha. So bread it is.
I'll name mine Toast.
So, they're going to go ahead and mount up on their own personal seahorses, which are slightly bigger than the ones that you are being given.
Wait, why don't I get a big seahorse?
You're tiny.
Yeah, you're tiny. Also, these are specially bred seahorses for combat.
But I do combat.
You do combat, but you can't take the seahorse with you when you leave.
But I want one for now.
They're going to look concerned and be like, sorry, but the magic has already been used on these seahorses for you. And these ones have to be trained from birth and only listen to certain owners and commands. And I apologize, but I don't feel comfortable giving you the command to my seahorse.
Fine. I guess I'll deal with small.
It was definitely slave that was auto-modded, and Twitch, yeah. They don't like you using the word slave.
Because hostility.
Yep. Let that one through with no issues.
Yeah,
So
because
was
you
he?
already added it.
I did. I already allowed it. So you guys mount up and begin heading off. As you guys head through, you guys are instructed that the saddlebags at the sides of
There we go.
17 messages deleted by the moderator. Damn.
600?
600 seconds. Yeah, that's
Yeah, no.
bruh.
Yeah.
Sid the Derd. I wanted to do
what
10
the hell
sex.
is that?
Sex X.
Sex X, yeah.
All right. Banned. When he hammered.
Alright, so let's get back. As you guys are instructed, the saddlebags on the saddles are stocked with food that you guys can eat on the way. Most of them are trail rations that can be eaten underwater with no issues and taste fantastic when mixed with salt water.
Okay.
Your guys' trail, you guys seem to be getting into currents that seem to be pushing you along. As though this was the perfect time to travel, you guys make a great time. And in a day and a half, and not 2 days itself, about midday, you find yourself coming out a few miles off of shore. As the guards go, we're not getting any closer, as our kind are sought after quite voraciously here. And if we are to be found, they will try to enslave us, and we are worth quite a bit of gold on their market. But, however, you can get as close as you choose. I would recommend staying away from the city proper, as they point to the city nearby. This was the closest city to us. I would recommend going north just a little bit, a few miles, and then getting out of the water and then traveling to the city from there. Do be careful, though. Outsiders are 50% of the time taken as slaves.
I have a question.
Yes.
No, not for him. How much was I sold for?
Sometimes 20, 50 gold, other times several hundred.
Okay, so I'm not really worth that much.
No.
Okay.
No, it's just
More?
extra coin that the pirates just could get out of you.
It's a night's drinking.
Yeah. A night's drinking.
I mean,
Okay.
Don't try it, guys.
So,
I can put illusionary chains around you.
Don't try it.
I mean, that actually might help us get into the
Yeah.
city.
I have plans. Don't worry. I'll share with the class when it's needed.
Rude.
man, y'all need to stop fucking timing out Mac. That's unnecessary.
Oh, who's timing back then?
Again.
Aight, so what would you guys like to do, as the guards are going to be waiting here for the seahorses to return?
So up north, 3 miles, you said?
A few miles. That's all that
A
you
few
need to do.
miles. Yeah.
Just make sure you're out of sight of the guards on the walls. Seeing you get out of the water, they'll be asking a few questions as to where you came from.
The water,
ocean.
obviously. Yeah.
I came from the ocean.
Yeah. Don't think that would go over well because instant slave. You come from the water, instant slave.
Instant slave. You're interesting. Instant
I mean,
slave.
they're a port city. We just came from.
Yeah.
You know what I mean.
Aight. So, you guys begin heading north just a little bit to get out of the water. So, You guys leave them in a little bit of deeper water and have to swim to shore. It's not very long before you reach the beach, and as you guys are pulling yourselves out of the water, you hear the sound of something approaching. The rickety draw of a cart being pulled along. And what would you guys like to do?
Does my passive perception see?
No, you see a few rolling hills, and you can hear from a little bit away that it sounds like something's starting to climb the hill, and it's struggling to do that. And it sounds like a cart being pulled.
Going towards the city? Or
It's going towards the city. It's coming towards you guys while coming along.
So there's hills, and then the sound is.
Yep, it's the sound is over the nearest hill.
I'm gonna
How
climb the
close?
hill.
Yeah, so you begin to climb the hill, and as you're climbing the hill, a very recognizable figure starts bounding towards
damn it.
you. A tiny pig, as compared to Big Mama, but about your size still. This baby hog smashes into you, knocking you down the hill.
Perfect.
Long time no see.
Yes, pulling up is your guys' favorite traveling merchant, Tribor.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So,
Is that the bird? Where's the bird?
the bird is not there.
Huh. Where's the bird?
In the cage inside.
No, he's off flying. That is where the bird is right now.
But you killed him last time.
He grows quickly. Let's see.
Well, okay then.
Boop.
Have you been?
I've made quite a bit of coin heading over the mountains.
Ah, I see you didn't get shipwrecked like us.
Yes. I had a feeling that I'd run into somebody I recognized along the beach.
Wait. What brings you to a slave town?
Yeah, I know, right?
Business is good anywhere. I don't sell slaves, but I sell other goods.
To aid slavers?
Business is business. You can't be too picky.
Dang.
Alright then.
Yar.
Yarr! Thank you for digging up 250 gold doubloons for me there, Friendo. Thank you for the 250 bits.
Yarr.
Yar.
Slaves.
Yarr, slaves! So,
Yeah.
Tribar is going, what brings you out here, friends?
The usual stuff.
The scroll.
Of course. Well, you're free to ride along with me as we head to the city. Usually you're supposed to have papers when you come this way if you want to make yourselves not indentured.
Like what papers?
Come. And he's going to hop off the seat, and he's going to basically pat Big Bertha there. And he goes, you can rest now, girl. I need to do some forging.
I'm gonna pat Big Bertha while I pass it.
She kind of snorts and kind of just lays on her side. You can see the tiny hog is just running around in circles.
Tiny.
Tiny hog. I mean, yeah.
What
tiny
type
hog.
of magic items does Tribor have access to?
Tribor's got access to quite a few magical items.
If I were to look it up, what book? Just the regular...
Dungeon Master's Manual, Xanathar's Guide to Everything, Xanathar's Guide to Everything Else, Sigar's Guide to Everything Else. There's a few books with magical items in it.
Got you, thank you.
Yep. So, Tribor's going to walk towards the back, and he's like, come on in. Got business to do. And he's going to push up and push inside, entering the back of the cart into his shop. He's like, over here, each of you. Is there female slaves? There are female slaves. There are also male slaves.
No, they're slaves.
They're slaves. They're all slaves.
What if we just free all the slaves in this town?
You don't have nearly enough money.
Well, I mean, thinking more of the murder.
Oh, yes, of course. Murder. That's also an option. You were right.
Yeah, I was gonna say, both do you think we're gonna pay for slaves?
Aight, so Tribor comes back and he's like, first, Ish, you're gonna be the hardest one.
What?
We're gonna be forging you papers in order to enter the city of Jolem here.
Oh, why will it be hard?
Because you're you.
I know, I am quite valuable. It'll be hard temptation.
No, you're already a slave.
That too.
Yes. He goes, now to forge the necessary enchantments. Come here. And he basically motions you over.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to put his hand on the side of your head with his thumb on your forehead. His hand kind of like enveloping your head.
I'm assuming I took off my hat.
You don't need to, no. He's just grabbing like the back of your head while having his thumb pressed up against your forehead. And he's going to grab your chest area from the shoulder and he's going to press his thumb into your chest. And he's going to begin casting a spell. As he's going to cast the spell, it takes him 10 minutes to ritual cast the spell. And you feel a weight lifted that you weren't aware of that was building the closer and closer you got to Jolem. And he goes,
Right.
well, I've broken the signature of a slave from you. Now, I have to forge you papers. Mind you, if someone recognizes you, that's a whole different story. But this should be good enough.
Help with that one.
So he's going to sit down and he's going to begin writing the papers. And he's going to, after about a few minutes, hand you the papers. This should be good enough. And I think that's the signature of the current head guard. But, meh, even if it's the old one, it doesn't matter.
This old paper's still good.
Hey, Ish.
Yes.
What would you like to look like?
Pretty.
You know it only lasts an hour, right?
Aight, the next one, that's going to be hard as well, but isn't a slave. That is Zap. Zap.
Yes.
I'm going to need an alias for you.
Wait, what was mine?
Something
That...
common around these parts.
Something common around these parts. Jolems and Tanus and other things that are along those parts. Lots of hard-sounding consonants with U's and O's, usually.
Surprised me. I feel like you'd give me a good one.
I see. Let's see. You're a goblin. You're not the most rare creature here.
Pat Brannigan.
You know what? Perfect. Brannigan.
Brannigan. Zap Brannigan. What?
You will be known as Brannigan. You're a more humanized goblin, and you're not from Goblikar.
And you're not a slave.
And he's going to hand you the papers. Ish is, of course, going to be known as Ish still, because the only Ish they know about is Captain Ish. So, Ishmael is going to be your name for now, Ish. Yes, I know, Captain's name and all, but you're going to have to use it while you're here. It's a common name. And, of course, the birth town of your captain himself.
This is the birth town?
Mac, if you keep going,
Yes.
I will time you out.
Yes, this
For
is the
actual
birth...
600 seconds.
This is the birthplace of your Captain Ishmael.
Huh.
Yes,
Never told me.
I know. I'm just now telling you because this is now when you need to know it.
Wait, how do you know?
I know your captain there, Ish.
A lot of people do.
Your captain's a very well-known pirate captain.
A lot of people know of my cap, but not a lot of people know my cap.
Yeah, well... Tribor has been around a long fucking time. He's also been to the Pirate Council, so... I don't think he's too concerned with all that. But he knows of Captain Ishmael. He also knew of you, like, vaguely. But having met you now, he's just like, well, this makes sense why they tried to sell it, and why it was a slave to begin with. Next is going to be the second most easiest, and that is going to be Ondariel. You're a traveling bard. You're being given a bard's license.
Oh.
Now, there are restrictions in place here in the slave city. You are not to sleep with any slaves. Slaves are the property of other individuals, and if you are found to be guilty of sleeping with a slave, a fine, a large one, is going to be paid out. Half the cost of the slave.
What if it's his slave?
Different story.
What if I kill the owner?
You don't.
Is that another rule? No killing?
You can kill. It's a city of thieves, after all, but there are still laws against it. Killing a non-enslaved individual will get you punished.
So I can kill a slave, but I can't kill a slaver.
You can kill a slave, but you'll have to pay the entirety of the cost of the slave.
Yeah, if you break it, you buy it.
Detour. Why are we detouring? Okay.
Kill the owner?
Kill the owner. Detour, kill the owner. Alright, so he's going to hand you, he's also going to hand you another sheet of paper on top of the papers that you have. This is going to be your barding license. Now, mind you, the barding license just controls bards so that they don't fuck every slave they see. But other than that, you have the right to play music even on the streets, as I have given you that permission inside of this, because every bard pays for that.
Do I not?
You have to have a barding license if you wish to get coin off of the streets. If you don't accept coin, you can just play music wherever.
Okay.
But City of Thieves, why would I not play for coin?
Yeah, exactly. Right, there's your papers, and then the easiest of all of them, Garnet. You are a noble. You are from the elemental plane of fire. You are an Afriti's son. I don't even have to hide who you are. So, let's see.
I mean,
Wait,
he didn't
wait,
hide who
wouldn't
I
that-
was either.
Wouldn't that fetch him a prettier price?
Good luck. You enslave an Afriti here, and you're not looking at a good time. You're not looking at a good time. Yarr.
Got
Yes.
it. He's our bait if we need it.
Yes. So
Well, I mean,
he's also seen as a noble, and to kill a noble or to enslave a noble is, you're going to be executed.
No, he's the slave driver.
Possibly. Well, Garnet, or Gameth, which one do you want on your papers?
Let's go with Gameth.
Aye. He finishes up the papers, and he goes, now I just need your mark on it. Make up a mark, I don't care.
Burns paper.
Oh. What the... Oh, sorry. Just...
how come I didn't have to mark my
What is that? What?
The noble has to be identified via something that only the noble would know.
Oh.
But I'm noble.
You are not a noble. You are an ex-slave who is currently being unmade a slave.
Yeah. Oh, how would I don't even know how I would describe a mark right now.
That's fine. You just note that. Think of a way to describe your mark, and that's fine. It's more just role play.
I know, it's just at this moment I can't think of it.
All good. He'll let you think on that and goes, the bird's out scouting. I wanted to make sure that there was nobody around when I found you.
But you knew you would find us?
I don't think you understand how a traveling merchant who peddles mainly to adventurers works. He's got an innate, keen sense of when they're around. And you guys leave quite a trail.
We?
Yes,
Yeah.
I thought it was mostly murder.
that's a trail.
Yeah.
A trail no one can follow.
I thought nobody could track underwater.
And he reaches in underneath his thing, and I've got a letter from Cinderella. He was wondering where you were and put me out trying to look for you. I had a feeling I'd find you on a beach, washed up.
It's not the first time.
Yep.
Won't be the last.
He's telling you where to find him when you enter the city. Of course, I have my own business to attend to, so that when we get to the city, I will be taking my leave. You are individuals that I hired to protect my caravan and to protect my noble that I was escorting. Other than
I
that, you have free
I
reign.
get to sit around and do jack shit while they pretend to look on guard.
Aye. Other than
What else
that,
is new?
when I get to the city, I've got things to take care of. You will be free men. You can go wherever. I believe that the location of Cinderella and the rest of your party is in the Lion's Den Inn. That's a very popular place with the vagabonds.
That sounds like a really noble place in a thief city.
You would think as such. But it's where adventurers go when they come to the city.
So, more adventurers?
There are other adventurers, yes.
There's more of us?
Yes, I know, it's crazy.
Yep.
And this is where you're bringing your second party.
There are a
Secret
few
party
other...
that you've been
There are a few other NPCs that you will meet that are adventurers, and they have character levels, and they do influence the world, but you guys are the most important. Not yet. Of course, you guys are fucking nobodies, but this is where you make your name. If you want to make a name, anywhere is as good as the City of Thieves. Aye. As well as there is a bazaar in the center of town known as the Oasis Bazaar. If you're looking for anything, they have quite a large selection of goods. Yes.
Do they have a
merchants
Wonder
are.
Wall?
They have a wonder wall? No.
Yeah.
No, they don't have a wonder wall.
Does Triboria have any magic items?
I've got magical items. What are you looking for?
I'll get a cookie. Be right back.
What do you got?
I've got bits and pieces, knickknacks, doodads, miscellaneous things I've picked up. I've got a few necklaces, as he points to the casing in front of him.
What do they do?
Well, some of them have the effect to negate poison. Some of them grant you resistances against magical effects. One of them gives you increased constitution. A few blades, some of them that catch fire, some of them that create cold. There's a magical rug that flies hanging on the wall. I've got several pairs of boots, a few cloaks.
What are the boots and cloaks?
Boots, let's see. I have a few Elven Boots. They're special kind that they make to make them all silent when walking through their forests. Yeah. I have, here, let's see. I have this pair of boots. As he walks over to a chest on one side of the room and he opens it up to a bunch of pair of boots just like stored in there. I've got boots with wings. I've got boots from underground. These ones are made by drow. Just like the elves in the forest, these ones allow them to walk places in the Underdark. Interesting, yes. I also have these stones. He points to a few of the stones within the glass case. Some of these are just innate. Some of them have other properties, like the one that's floating about your head there-ish.
Yes.
I also have, I believe, several of those kind of stones, though they look slightly different. Several suits of plate mail, but those are specifically crafted.
I probably won't know about any of these items, but out of character, I want to know about animated shield, gauntlet of ogre, rope flies, I'm assuming, correct?
You're gonna have to write those down. You have something in the background that's drowning you out. I heard animate shield.
Robe of eyes and gauntlet of ogre power, but yeah.
The gauntlet of ogre power he's not gonna have, neither with the robe of eyes, but he does have an animated shield.
How much is that?
You're interested in a shield? I didn't take one for the stealth to be interested in a shield, but let's see. Animated shield, you say? You're looking about 9,000 gold for the shield.
9,000?
9,000.
Platinum.
Huh?
What is that in platinum?
9,000 gold, and platinum is 900 platinum. Yes, 900 platinum.
Jeez. Dang, that's a lot.
I like the uncertainty.
Okay, never mind.
Does he have a cloak of displacement?
Cloak of displacement. Let's see. I do have this cloak. He pulls up a cloak.
Being displaced.
No, he pulls up the cloak, and hanging from the
Misplaced, not misplaced.
the cloak of misplacement, and it just disappears. He's like, "Ah, damn it, where'd that cloak go?" He pulls up the cloak and he places it on the counter, and two spiked tendrils hang down the backside of the cloak. This I got from a cave full of strange creatures that could blink out of existence. I had to butcher a couple of them, but it looks like they were pretty well. Would you be interested in something similar to this?
Yes.
How much do you think something like this would be worth your ish?
$1,000.
Fine. 4,000 gold and it's yours.
1,000.
I can't go that low.
1,500.
How about this? Because I like you, 3,500.
1,700.
Roll a persuasion check.
No.
Yeah, I don't like you that much-ish. And if they do happen to find your slave here, I couldn't just possibly give you something like this. How about this? 3,000 gold, and I'll even throw in this rock.
I don't have 3,000.
The
Well.
platinum. You should have 3,000
Yarr!
with the platinum.
I just hear the yar every so often. Quit digging up one doubloon, god damn you. I want to limit it. Just for
You
you,
only gave us
Mac.
40.
Yeah.
Last time. That's
That's 400 gold right there.
Yeah. I have 2,000 something. 2,000 gold.
Well, if you do find the gold there-ish, I might hold on to it for you. And I'll even keep the deal. 3,000 gold, and I'll toss in the stone. I don't know where I got this rock. I don't even know why I'm keeping this rock. Here, take the rock.
Rock.
And he hands you a polyhedral, like, solid stone made out of, like, black stone with none of the faces carved anything.
Wait, so it's like a die?
Yeah,
Can I roll it?
sure. It doesn't do anything.
Okay.
I don't even know why I have that rock. Whatever, take it. 3,000 gold. If you find the money, you can come back and buy this cloak.
Do you have anything that would help us out?
The cloak? Oh no. There's cloaks. The cloak
If you're wanting to be silent, then the boots are your best belt. I also have a cloak from the elves that is supposed to make them blend into their surroundings, but I don't know where the last one I went. I think an adventurer not too long ago bought my last one.
Probably hiding inside or something. Got it.
No, I pretty much know my inventory. I either sold it or I didn't get one.
And what was the cloak that Ish was trying to buy again? What does it do?
This one? It had the same properties of the blinking creatures that I had slain. I tampered with it and tried to make it perfect, and it is still kind of meh.
Ish, if we combined our gold, we could probably get it. Do you think it's worth it?
It's basically Andariel's like shadow thing. It's every turn. It imposes a disadvantage instead of like it hits your shadow but it's similar.
What about the two swords or two blades that you mentioned of fire and ice?
Flame Tongue and Frostbrand. Magical swords, constructed by the Ifriti and the Jinni, respectively. They're both very rare blades. I don't think you have the money for them quite yet, Garnet.
Probably not.
Oh, Jesus Christ. At least do it in, more than 1 bit increments, my friend. Jesus.
Yeah.
So it goes like I was saying, Itch, if we combine our gold, do you think it would be good for you to get that cloak?
It is really, I love it. I love that cloak. It's my favorite magic item.
Okay.
That's so chaotic. Oh my god.
Tell you what, I will help you get that cloak if you let me get that floating pearl-like stone above your head.
Like you want that specific one?
The one that you're using that's giving you +1 AC.
Yeah. I'll
Yeah.
I'll trade that one for cloak. This cloak.
Okay, I'll help Ish out with the gold to get the cloak.
Okay. So, you guys total up your gold. Ish, tell him how much he needs to help pay, and then subtract that total from your guys' gold pool, and you guys will be given the Cloak of Displacement.
I have currently 2,000, so I can
How
put
much did you
in.
need total?
You need 3,000.
Yeah, I'll give you 1,000.
Okay.
Okay, so you guys pull your money together, and Tribor goes, "Well, a deal's a deal, I guess. Here."
Okay, take it in, what's the stone called?
Ion Stone of Protection.
Yeah.
And it's a little purple pyramid that floats about your head.
I have to attune to it, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah.
I know I'm doing for the rest of the day while we're traveling.
I'm not complaining about the bits. I'm complaining about the max spamming it. Pyramid. Okay, you know what? Here, I know how to fix this.
You gonna... no.
So I currently have all 3 of my attunement slots filled in. Yay!
Yeah. So I'm gonna. The cloak.
Cloak of placement. Let's look at this thing.
That should fix that for the end of the stream. Cool.
What did you do?
I changed the minimum amount of bits that he could cheer.
Oh.
Pantheon's Bless. Zap, you're being given a Pantheon's Bless. You have a one-time use for saving throws, attack rolls, and ability checks made.
Awesome.
So, Tribar is going to go, well,
If you're done looking at my wares, I'm sure you'll find better wares inside of the city, as they have a little bit more access to magic than I do. For the time being, of course. You guys might find some interesting things in the city. But, for now, let's get on our way.
and he's going to step out. You are all free to stay in here, but
When we arrive, you'll have to come out, make yourselves known, show your paperwork, and enter the city as normal. But for now, the bird's going to be gone, but he does have something to say to you before we actually leave. So, I am going to start driving now. Get comfortable.
Eat a dick.
Eat a dick. Polly wants a cracker.
Can I climb up front with him?
Yes, you can climb up front with him.
I will stay in the back.
Gotcha. So,
Especially run right on top.
Ish, as you climb up next to Tribor, and he goes, I guess you can sit here. The piglet tries to hop up there as well, and he goes, no, you damned beast. You know better than, you're not lap-sized anymore. And he's like pushing it down with his foot. He's like, get down there. Walk with your parents.
He's fine. Sit up.
No, he's too big. Too big, damn it. And he manages to push the boarling onto the ground. Yes, if you want Ish, you have to ask Ish to come down with you. The pig just sits there looking all sad. And he's like, Bertha, it's time to go.
So do you actually expect him to ask for me to come down?
The piglet's just gonna sit there looking at you all sad.
So I'll climb down with.
Gotcha. You're gonna walk alongside the pig?
Yeah.
Gotcha. The pig's basically gonna run circles around you while keeping up with the cart.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
As Bertha begins to just haul the cart. It takes you guys a few hours to cover the distance to the city, and as you arrive, the cart is stopped outside with a line of people trying to get in. Another couple hours and you guys find yourselves at the entrance of the city as the day is starting to come to an end as the sun begins to go down on the horizon. Tribor bangs on the side of the cart and goes, "Out you come!" And a few of the guards are going to walk up. And they're going to go, "Aye, Tribor, welcome back to the city. What brings you back this time?" As I'm now stuck in this accent for some reason.
Yeah.
So, Tribor is going to go, "Normal wares, yes. I'm here to drop a few things off to a couple of my associates. Trade some goods, buy some goods, and leave again. Hit the other cities before I get out of here." They go, "Understandable. Okay, so, you, and you. Papers. We already know Tribor. He doesn't need to show his papers. He always gets them renewed when he comes. Come.
I'm gonna take my papers out of my pants.
Okay. He's going to look, but kind of just shrug and be like, "Yeah, to each their own." And he's going to look at it and be like, okay. Ishmael, I thought you were human, but meh. There you go, Captain. Coming by land. Bit weird, but meh. And he's going to take all of the others and he goes, "Nobility. My apologies." And he hands you back. And he's going to bow. "Please, welcome to the city of Jolem."
Thank you.
"Of course. Anything for the nobility."
What, is he gonna spit in my face
Acting
and like kick me in the dick?
regal as possible, by the way.
Gotcha.
So, the normal.
So,
Pinkies up.
Wow.
before you guys make your way through the entrance of the city, the bird proceeds to, as he lands on the cart, as he looks down. Welcome back. Where have you been?
Around.
Tribor's a bitch.
Yes, he is. I agree with you 100%.
Has he killed you recently?
I was supposed to give you a warning. But now you're here. Looks like you made it.
Was it about the thing?
Green scaled. He's
Oh.
not friendly. You'll see again. Yeah? You'll see again.
Green scaled. He's not friendly. What?
Dragon.
Yeah.
Dragon.
Aye. Scaly's not the only one you'll see.
Do we have a running list of bad guys that hate us yet?
Yes. So far, one. Dragon.
I said running list. That's not the list is not one.
But it can run.
You'll see another. And you'll see him again. Yes. You are limited to 100 doubloons today. Since you're trying to spam me. I'll lower it again if you do it reasonably. But the bird's gonna go, "What? I have something else. Be careful the sands. Awakened it comes. Ancient resting places. Travel you will. You will find an unlikely ally. Oh, and royalty's here too."
Did he say all this right in front of the guard?
Yep.
Weird bird.
Okay. Man, I don't know what this bird is talking about. Shit.
I know, right?
They're too stupid to know. The guards are gonna go, "Fuck you, bird."
They know it's just.
Can you write that down somewhere, man?
I look at the bird and I say, royalties here?
Yes. Royalties here, yes? Huh?
What royalty?
One there will become. Huh? You might help. Ancient trials. Huh? You will see again.
Okay.
You do this bird really well, and I hate it.
No.
Yeah. Bird's really
It's gonna
well
be his
done.
new like supper time voice, like when you guys are eating.
I really hope not. Did you post it into the...
Yes, I did.
Twitch chat?
I'm breaking it down a little easier for you so that the riddle is a little more apparent, as the bird's kind of just going off on a tangent. He's also kind of angry that you guys let Tribor kill him last time.
Well, I mean... Like,
He
what do
actually
we
tried to take him away from that world, just saying.
Yeah, oh yeah, he knows. He's not too happy about it.
We wanted to help him.
Ah, I like Tribor enough. He keeps me. I keep
He
him.
kills you.
Ah, nah. Minor details. Don't worry, I bite him when he sleeps.
You damned bird.
Oh, Tribor just glares at him. You damned bird. I hate you. If it wasn't so necessary to keep you around.
It actually seems like a curse sometimes.
Worse than a curse. If you ever have a creature like this, just know that you're going to be miserable.
I'm gonna pull out Simba from my backpack.
Can I just look at
Glad that you
Ish?
can't talk.
I thought you left Simba with the.
No, he took. Ish has had Simba this entire time.
Yeah.
I suggested leave Simba.
He'd be in the city anyway. With the other people.
Yeah, that's who I thought you left it with because crossing the ocean.
Yeah, no, it's fine. He could breathe. He was inside the circle with us when we did the thing. He's fine.
And to finish it out, right before the bird and sounds like some Yoda BS. It's supposed to be Yoda BS. It's supposed to be very vague. And I can't always do the most vague of riddles. I'm just kind of like throwing this out as I remember it. This is all. If you can't tell, this whole interaction right here is improvised. I have a bad habit of that sometimes. Yeah, I forget certain things the night before, and I'm just like, well, fuck. I forgot that I was supposed to give you a riddle starting in the city, but we'll get it.
Well,
What?
still gave it to us.
Before you go, the light you see in the torches, they're not friendly. Huh?
The light you see in the torches aren't friendly.
Huh? You're in the City of Thieves. City of Thieves. Ah. City of Thieves. As the cart begins to pull away, Tribor's like, aye, you're in the City of Thieves, and it'd best be good to listen to the bird. Now come, you damned thing.
Or...
Yes, always everything. It might be vague, but it's still a warning. Now you have two psychics on your side, the bird and Reza.
Right about Reza.
How could you forget about her?
She's not
No,
scary.
wait. Elizabeth is the one that's scary.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Reza's scary too, but for like different reasons.
A different reason, yeah.
What? City of Thieves! City of Thieves! And that's all you're hearing him just go on about as he's being pulled into the city by Tribor.
Bird up.
Bird up.
So,
So the lion's den.
yep.
Yeah, to the lion's den.
Can I ask the guardsman at the gate what direction?
Aye. You're looking for the Lion's Den Inn. Down by the ports down in the military district. Head directly through the temple areas where all of the churches are. And that will be where you're going, friend. I'm changing accent mid because it needs to be a different accent. It's not Tribor telling you this. Yes. Head through the temple district to the wharf. That is where you will find what you are looking for.
All right.
Of course, do stay away from the temples. They are less friendly for outsiders that don't follow the ways. And, as your bird said, you're in the city of thieves, my friend, and I might be a guard, but I know all too well of the daggers hidden in the streets.
Guard's even useful.
Keeping people out.
Just more like a warning. They know that the Thieves Guild's a thing. It's kind of like Riften. When you go to Riften, they know that it's run by shady characters, and they don't care. They warn you. And the only reason you got in and didn't have to pay your way in was because of Tribor and your nobility.
So nobility
you
just
guys
means that
are
he's
welcome.
gonna get robbed later.
No. Nobility have laws against it. If you try to do that to nobility, you will be executed.
So, no stealing from Garnet.
Yeah.
No stealing from the rich. That seems kind of pointless.
Right? And it's usually because the rich can pay people to make sure that if anyone who does steal from the rich die.
Okay,
That
but
and you also have to remember, this place is run by the Thieves Guild.
what if I steal so much from the rich that they're no longer rich and then I'm rich?
There's still nobility?
Okay, but like, what if I buy myself title?
What if we steal the nobility?
Yeah, what if we steal their like what?
Good luck. If you manage to steal someone's nobility, I would be impressed.
Call me noble-ish.
Call me
Noble captain-ish.
Noble captain-ish. Captain the noble-ish. Aight, so you guys arrived and are now standing in the entrance area of
Looking
the city.
like tourists.
Yeah, you definitely look like tourists, and you can see quite a few individuals with very little clothing, and with like a brand on their right shoulder.
Like rags.
Yeah, they're not. So some of them are wearing rags, and some of them are wearing just very revealing clothes or very little, but still clothing. And then there's a few in like normal attire, like they've got the things that cover their heads so that the sand doesn't get in there. They've got heavy robes on. It might be hot, but it's protecting them from the sun and the sand.
Are there brands all on the same?
Yep, always on the right shoulder on the back.
Why wasn't I branded?
It's really hard to brand scales when they can just kind of shed them and be perfectly fine.
So I was branded.
Yeah.
I just shed them.
Yeah.
Magic.
Okay, so we need to find Cinderella, right?
Yep, Lion's Den Inn.
I'm gonna stride with purpose towards the
Let's
destination.
try to find him.
Okay. Yeah, you begin to stride with purpose as you guys begin making your way through the city.
While I'm
towards the
going
wharf.
through, I'm gonna be listening for like thieves' cant, lingo.
Oh,
pick
it's
up any
it's-
jobs.
It's everywhere.
So I have a question. Do I know the layout of the city?
You relatively know the layout of the city.
I'm having fun.
It's been a long time since you've been here, but you get a general gist of where you're going. And you along with the Zap have no issues finding yourselves to the Lion's Den Inn.
Just a heads up, while passing through, I'm trying to listen for any like side jobs.
Okay.
If I can hear them pick up, like through thieves' cant.
Okay.
Coding.
I mean, you'd have to stop and try to fucking
Keep in mind, I can read people's lips.
Yeah, no, I know. You're picking it up everywhere. Whether you want to take each and every job that is being mentioned is a whole different story. You'd be here forever trying to like pick up every single detail that's going on.
Anything that catches my eye.
Nothing so outlandish that you could be like, well, that sounds interesting. And let's see. Let me get our resident mage in here.
I'm sure out in the open isn't necessarily the best place to be talking about it.
It's the city of Thebes. They talk about little jobs. Big jobs, they're not going to talk about in the open. Actually, yeah, there we go. We'll have him in the back here, and then we will also grab clue. Ah, wrong clue.
Just a giant. No, it'd be great if we walked in on him in a bar fight like that.
Yeah.
And then we find out he can control Clue now.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Not ripping anything off at all.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I don't have his individual character thing yet, but I will be making one for him. Don't worry about that. And then also one for your dwarf as well. But I don't have those made up. But you do find your guys' group back here in the back corner.
Just use like a dwarf token.
Yep. So instead of walls around the building, it's not an actual kind of building here. Instead of walls on the bottom floor, it's pillars holding up an open area right here. There is a spiral staircase in the center of this area that is also part of the support pillar that goes up to the second floor. That is an actual building up above you. And down the back side of the staircase there is a small little waterfall that is pouring water into a nice little fish pond or fish display around the base of the spiral staircase.
What kind of fish are in there?
There's all kinds of fish. You see parrotfish and other sea life. It's saltwater primarily in that area right there. And there's crabs and lobsters and just a bunch of miscellaneous other things that have been collected and brought here.
How deep is it?
You could go for a swim inside of it. It is on the ground and it goes a little deeper into the ground, but you could definitely get in and swim around it, even as a regular person. There's just a lot of shit in there that you wouldn't want to swim with. There's a few eels and a few other creatures in there as well. And there's even a baby shark that is swimming around in it. You can see the kitchen area is open over here. And you can see a few individuals back there tending to stuff. And there's a large human leaning up against the wall, a head full of like gold blonde hair and a huge beard. And he's got very comfortable like leather on. And with it, like lots of silk going through. It's kind of in the fashion of the locals, mixed with a little bit of like adventurer-esque-ness to it. And he's got scars all over his face and his hands and stuff. And he's kind of just leaning there with his arms crossed. And he's kind of just, newcomers. Interesting. And then around the other seats here, there's other, mainly humans. There's a couple half-elves, a few orcs, and there's a few other races mixed in, and one Goliath sitting in the back corner. And you can tell that this is the most exotic place that you've seen, and you can definitely tell that a lot of these people are veteran adventurers and explorers and stuff like that. There's a few bards that are kind of just like keeping their own instruments without vocals in the background, kind of creating a nice calming atmosphere as everyone here is kind of like jesting and hanging out. And there's a few halflings that are going around dropping alcohol steins onto the tables as they have to like reach up on their tippy toes to put the beer on the tables.
I feel them.
And then they rush back to the kitchen. And
Are the made servers in here? Halflings are made servers in here?
Yep.
Are they slaves?
No.
Yeah,
They're
I was
not
about to ask
slaves.
that. Did we see any like
There-
slave branding?
There are no slaves here.
In this.
Okay.
In this inn, there is no slaves here, as the adventurers do not practice slavery outside of the cities themselves.
Oh, right, yeah, these are all adventurers, right?
Yeah, these are people that come from other places. So the owner of the establishment does not keep slaves himself, as he does not agree with the practice. But he knows better than to go against it.
Yeah. I don't know why I forgot. What was it that you said that I needed to, like when Tribor was doing my papers? What was it that I needed?
You needed a symbol for yourself, an insignia or
Thank you.
something. that lets, and the magic after you put the symbol there is going to basically fade, and it requires certain magic to bring that symbol out, to identify who it is, and you can bring the symbol out at will when holding the papers.
Okay.
Which obviously signifies you as the noble who's in control of the paper.
Yeah.
Because it is bonded specifically to the individual.
Would I just use the face symbol of my family, or would I not know that because of what happened?
You do know the crest of your family. That is something you were old enough to know and taught by your parents. But, however, do note that you can make your own symbol now if you so chose, or you could use the family crest.
Okay.
So the rest of you arrive here, and Elizabeth immediately jumps up and comes running to you guys. You guys made it! You're late! Where were you?
Underwater.
I show Elizabeth the statue.
Ooh, what's this?
Kraken.
Got attacked by a bigger version of this.
Ooh.
No,
Sindrell!
it's the same size.
She runs over. Sindrell, look, they got attacked by an octopus!
It's a kraken.
Sindrell goes,
I sit on the
interesting.
table. I assume you know what we mean by something much bigger than that.
Sindrell goes, I know, but the kids have never seen one.
Thank God
I
for
hope
that.
I have only heard tales of the Kraken. Never seen one myself. They are creatures of the apocalypse, it says.
Yeah, he was pretty big.
This is exquisite detail. A little crude, of course, but exquisite nonetheless.
It comes
Nice.
in the set, I've been told. There's 16 of them.
Each
Well.
have 4 each.
Not bad. What do you plan on doing with them?
A full down under said that it was about worth 125 pieces, so I want to see if I can sell it more here.
I see. Good luck. They try to undercut everything here. This is the city of thieves, after all. Here, adventurers. I took the precaution. After your last run-in with the dragon, I decided to find you a book that might be able to aid you in the future. And he pushes a book over towards you guys. I was reading it as I was interested, but a book about dragons.
What kind of dragons?
Well, I was currently reading about the famed red dragons that dwell within the mountains and the volcanoes of the world. But this has knowledge on all of the chromatic dragons, it seems. All of the red, green, black, blue, and white dragons. But it is kind of miscellaneous information, habits of some of them, the elemental types that they have control over, the domains that they hold domain over, and a few of the most esteemed dragons with their names known around the world. That's about all of the information in this book. This I had to purchase off of a very reluctant individual. Wow, reluctant individual. I had to pay almost 3,000 gold for this book.
Wow, that's as much as my cloak.
I noticed you have a new cloak there, Ish.
Yeah,
It's nice.
I said so.
Reza goes, I see that you have managed to find your way to Tribor. The Macaw has left his mark on you, of course. Fate seems to be changing.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It is what you make of it.
It is a thing.
Do note that the knowledge of the future is not always accurate, nor is it beneficial to know sometimes, which is why I am very specific with the information I give you.
Who's the more powerful psychic, the bird or you?
It depends on which context you're referring to. If you want obscure information and riddles, the bird. If you want possibilities, myself.
So if I combine the both.
Well, you might find the future, but the future is ever-changing-ish. You should know this. Now, sit, relax. Your travels have, I no doubt, exhausted you.
I'm gonna climb on the table.
Aye. Well, when the servers come back around, we'll request some food. We weren't expecting you so soon.
Right.
Sindrel goes, no, we were expecting you, that's for sure. That is why I gave the note to Tribor to look out for you. I figured something had happened at sea and that you would either be arriving by boat, which is why I had someone I paid at the docks waiting for your ship to arrive, or Tribor to look around at the other cities to see if you had become enslaved. Garnet, on the other hand, even if he had said that he was a noble, the proof had to have been in the paperwork, and now that you have your paperwork, it should be far easier. Though, I doubt word would not spread to his father.
And I hope it does.
I think
Longs to see them.
I think word will spread when your deeds of whatever happens here. So far, you have left quite a mark everywhere you've been, and I'm sure this will be no difference. Now, explain to me what happened. Like, tell the story, the tale. What happened to you guys? The Kraken attack. How did you survive?
Do you have a spell that can play back history?
Yes, if I wanted to burn a spell slot such as that. Or sorry, if I wanted to burn the power in order to do it. I could. If I wanted to burn the spell slot, I could. No. If I wanted to exhaust my resources, yes, I could use the spell. But an individual telling is just as good, especially when you have somebody as linguistically gifted as Andariel.
Roll performance.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah, being roped into it, huh, Nathan? Not like you weren't going to fucking start singing praises.
You stumble over every word you try.
Yeah, you're just like... You're like...
No, just stuttering the whole time.
So you're like, come on! Smack the side of the jukebox. Hey! Ish starts going into the epic tale of battling the Kraken at sea, so well indeed that the rest of the inn has started paying attention as Ish begins telling a seaman's tale, surviving the Kraken deep within the ocean. To the depths I went, survived by the sea elves alone. We were rescued by a beautiful princess of the dark depths below, where we were then attacked for a second time by the Kraken.
Here, I got that one. There we go.
Andariel begins to go, and we fought it off, completely killing it with no issues. We then proceeded to rescue the entirety of the Sea Elf Kingdom, where we are therein.
With 1,000 elves.
I slept with 1,000 elves.
All the bards in the room just go, hey!
And it's like, yes, perfect, as I was able to single-handedly, with no help of my party, to down the evil creature in the depths.
I'll poke you with my scimitar.
And then I got this. Pulls out the pearl, a glowing gem.
Sparkle, as it gets stolen into my hands.
Both Ish, Zap, and Elizabeth all reach for the gem at the same time. Make a dexterity saving throw versus all of them with sleight of hand.
Wait, really?
Yep.
Okay, well, you survived mine.
Alright, let's see.
Elizabeth, yoink.
So Andariel manages to save from all of them as they all reach forward trying to grab the gem.
I did a plus. Someone gave me in chat. What was it?
D6. Actually, I'll make it a D4. I'll make it a D4. No, I'll make it a D4 like the actual bless. But you're gonna match. So the person trying to resist is going to save. Just barely, as you feel Zap's fingers kind of brush it, almost dragging it out of your hand, as you manage to snatch the pearl back. And they just sit there looking at it going, ooh, shiny.
Success.
Sindrel's going to go, I'm sure a little bit of that is fantasy, but a good story nonetheless, my friends. I'm glad to see that you're still alive, and...
We only tell the truth, always the truth.
It was the 1,000 elves. He did not sleep with them.
But my question then
yes,
is... Yes, I did! He did sleep with 1,000 elves. There is no doubt to this.
Yes, it was the Kraken that wasn't true.
Yes, of course. Jesus.
Fucking hell.
That's funny. By the way, Mac, I changed the bit cheer back to its normal amount, but don't abuse it. So, everybody in the bar is just like, my man. Let's get it.
They're whispering in the
wanna
back,
have,
like, how did he manage?
So, while
I
this...
know personally that you didn't do this.
Yeah, well, sure, but everybody else believes. I mean, you guys auto-succeed, and so does the rest of the party. Except Elizabeth. Elizabeth is just like, my man.
Did she purposefully fail? You know?
Yeah, 100%. She's just 100%. Anything you guys say at this point is just fantastic. Like, at this point, the two halflings that have been delivering food are just sitting there like, ooh, these guys are awesome.
They're like the aliens from fucking Toy Story.
Ooh. Yeah. So Sindrell's gonna go, well, I'm glad to see you alive, and my next question is, I left a device with you. I'm assuming that they decided to activate.
One of them.
Yeah, we set it up at the altar of the Kraken.
Interesting. Well, it seems that I have chosen the right group of adventurers to travel with. Thank you again, by the way. We're saving the world one step at a time.
I mean, thank fate that our ship sank.
I don't truly think that
I
fate
wouldn't
had
say fate there.
anything to play in that.
I mean, the calls of the Kraken didn't help.
Yeah, we're lucky to be alive. The rest of that ship is not so lucky.
Wait, so technically, the Kraken was under the power. Searching for somebody to help him get out of it. That person, Andariel, which means that if Andariel was not on our ship wouldn't have stank. So it's Andariel's fault.
I love how you cut out from most of that until the very end, where you were like, Andariel is on the ship, he summoned the Kraken, it's Andariel's fault.
Yep.
Yeah, you bring out the shell. And Elizabeth goes, ooh, you brought more stuff. And she, reaches across the table trying to get at it. Andariel tries to sleight of hand it from you. Zap, make a perception roll. Or actually, no, never mind. Your passive perception's high enough. You basically see him reaching for it. And Ish as well. With no issues, you just look at them and you're like, you're not very good at this.
I rolled the same thing. For both of them.
Hey, I have 14 passive perception. Come on.
No. Zap has like an 18 in passive perception. You guys aren't getting him with sleight of hand at all. Zap, what is your performance?
You just take it out and wave it about.
Whee!
Opposite shatters.
I was going to actually do something with the dish. What happens to it?
It's a fail.
What was that?
I'm sorry, I can't lie to you. I was going to try to put it back in my bag faster than I could grab it.
Yeah, you just smash it against your bag as you're trying to get it away from them as quickly as possible.
I love how I'm not the one reaching for any of this shit as well.
Interesting.
I'm just
I'm
sitting
not
here
taking
watching this.
anything out again. Never around you. It was bad.
So
Doesn't
Sindrell's
feel very nice.
Sindrell goes, well, it looks like you've made it out in one piece. Welcome to the Lion Den's Inn. This is the inn in Jolem for adventurers and adventurers only. Of course, my presence here allows both Elizabeth, Reza, and, of course, our resident blacksmith and fellow mage.
I mean, are they not technically adventurers? They're adventuring.
Adventuring is slightly different in the context of this inn. Adventurers have done deeds, continue to do deeds and adventure with the sole purpose of adventuring. Elizabeth and
Adventure
Reza,
and adventures.
Elizabeth and
adventure
Reza
adventures.
might be considered adventurers, but they haven't done anything noteworthy of their own. And at this point, Elizabeth is just sitting there with like a face blown up in anger, like the very childish, like cheeks puffed out, just glaring at him.
I saw Elizabeth almost single-handedly murder an entire drow.
I mean, true. Elizabeth might be adventurer quality more than the others, but you have a blacksmith who's here just to be a blacksmith. He goes, you're right. My whole goal is just a blacksmith for these guys. And then Ekerb goes, and I'm just a traveling scholar at this point. I'm not an adventurer. But, I can become one. Let's see. Bar fight anybody? And everyone goes, nah, no bar fight today. He goes, damn.
Yeah, you just.
I put down the nearest beer bottle in really sadness.
Finally, the
Wait,
individual...
he could get into a bar fight, and then I remembered. And then I remembered.
Smashes through a column. No, so at this point, the same individual who was leaning up against the wall walks over to your guys' table. New adventurers. Sindrel, what did you bring me today? Sindrel goes, you know, just a group of people I've been telling you about. Meet... Still don't know what to call them. Just call them adventurers for now. No questing name yet, I see.
It's Captaination the Lizards.
Captaination the Lizards, eh?
Bardon lackeys.
Well, keep thinking on it. Just to give you an idea of who I am the owner of this establishment. Welcome to the Lion's Den. My name is Augustus Bronzebeard.
Are you a lion?
So you make good brew?
I make good brew, yes. Bronzebeard's the kind of joke. Dwarves really enjoy my company. And Augustus is my name, and yes, I'm a lion.
You're not lying.
So wait, he's what?
What was that, Gus?
He's a dwarf.
No, he's a human.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he's actually got darker skin than
Like
most
tan?
humans do. Yeah, he's very tan. And he's standing slightly wider than humans normally do and slightly taller. He looks not completely human, but you don't know what else he is.
Maybe he's a lion.
Part lion, yeah. He wasn't lying to me.
No, he is part lion, yes. He goes, yes, I got the name the Lion.
Can I just actually like actively investigate him?
Sure,
You
go
just
ahead.
Circle around him.
Yeah, so you investigate him, and he's standing there quite comfortable with no issues. He doesn't have any weapons on him whatsoever. Even the rest of the employees that he have at least carry daggers on them. And you can tell that his hands are gloved except for his fingertips. And his fingertips end in sharp-pointed claws.
So he is actually a lion?
Yeah,
He's like a chimera?
he doesn't... He still looks human. But he's got claws and his teeth are sharp.
I've got claws and my teeth are sharp. Am I a lion?
Lion. But no. And his hair up around his shoulders gives the impression of a luxurious mane. Of blonde, bronze hair. Of course, he doesn't actually have a beard. He's got a mustache into kind of a goatee that's kind of like somewhat there. He doesn't grow a lot of facial hair, so it looks really subpar.
As long as he doesn't look like Escanar, I'm fine.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
Is it not patchy?
no. It's not patchy. It's just not really there. He's got like hair, but it's very thin. And that's just in general. It doesn't get really any thicker than that. The fact that I can grow hair at all, meh. But welcome to the Lion's Den. You are adventurers, so you are welcome. And hearing your tale, as stretched as it may be, still interesting. And a good tale is always welcome.
There is no lying in our story.
So, As you are adventurers, free room and board as usual, but meals are paid for and the alcohol is not free. Anything you damage you pay for. Any fights you start are, of course, going to result in damage, so be careful when you start one. And,
I like how it's not if.
It's not an if, yeah.
And let us see, what else? That sums up about everything. Oh! And, if you don't know the rules of the city, hands off the slave women, hands off the slave men, don't interact with slaves unless absolutely necessary, and do not, under any circumstances, lay your hands on nobility.
What if it's friend?
It's a different story. But hostile intention is what matters. Feel free, if you are looking for room and board, take anywhere. All of the rooms have multiple beds in them, so everyone sleeps together if necessary. Let's see. I think I've got a private room for you guys. That will be your guys' room here. As for the rest,
Where?
here, this section right there.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
The second floor. The third floor belongs to Cinderella, Reza, and, of course, the lovely maiden herself, Elizabeth.
Is this his room?
That is his room, yes.
So
Does
definitely don't.
he... So all the doors are unlocked?
Yeah, it's like a hostel. Yeah,
Hostel, yeah.
yeah, it's like a hostel, and he basically allows people to come and go as you please. The rules apply. No thieving. It's unnecessary, and usually it's met with hostility from whoever you thieve from. But other than that, I mean, there's nothing else I need to inform you of. If you have any questions, I know the layout of the city, and there's a quest board that's up and has a few requests if you're looking for miscellaneous work.
Do you have any extra blankets?
I was warned about you.
By who?
Who do you think, Ish?
Yes, extra blankets have already been provided. You will find a giant mound of them in the room that is privatized for you. Cinderella has requested that one specifically.
Before you go back, I do have a question.
Aye.
Would you know of any nobility that's come into town recently?
A few from Alukal, some from Mai, a few from the other human kingdoms across the seas. A couple elves have come through, but they tend to stay away unless they're vagabonds themselves. But apparently, there was a group of the moon elves that had come through and had met with the prince and the king, or the sultan of Jolam. They left not more than a day and a half ago.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes,
Do you know anything about
Onyxria. I've heard rumors. The place is a place of death and necromancy. They practice dark magics and bring the dead back to life. It's a nasty place. Dark and always raining. They are a very strange bit. Occasionally you'll find an Onyxrian adventurer come through, but they're very rare, and most of them practice necromancy.
Are there any here now?
No. None in the city that I know of, unless they're part of the Thieves' Guild, at which point I don't know the entirety of the Thieves' Guild. Though, it has been made very well and clear that any one of the Thieves' Guild who stops by my inn must make themselves known. And if they don't, there are severe consequences. Looks over the table. None of you are Thieves' Guild.
Humble bird.
I've only been here once.
He looks you over and goes, "Haha, I'm just joking. I know you're not Thieves' Guild. You don't have the smell of blood."
We do smell like fish, though, don't we?
Yes, I'd recommend a bath.
But it hasn't been 2 months yet for Ish.
I would recommend a bath regardless. If you're smelling so heavy of the salt, you might be targeted as fresh off the boat.
wanted to pickle myself.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Tasty. Well, if there's anything else you're needing, feel free to ask about the two halflings you see here. They don't have a name. They're mute, and they only speak in the strange hand signals, but they understand. They're not deaf. I haven't really gotten a name out of them. Just call them 1 and 2.
Which one's 1 and which one's 2?
Honestly, I've lost track. They're pretty much the same to me. They work. They do good work. And I pay them quite well. If you do manage to purchase, or sorry, not manage, if you do decide to purchase slaves, do not bring them back to the inn.
Okay.
We're all like anti-slavery.
Yeah.
Good. Not everyone who comes through as an adventurer is against the practices as I am. I choose not to partake. Personal preferences.
I just want free slaves.
You buy them? Set them free.
Well, I would not recommend trying to free the slaves. Any slaves that you buy, you are instructed to keep them. If you do leave the country, however, setting them free is your own prerogative, but you cannot do it here. Any slave you attempt to free will just be re-enslaved. And you will lose your money.
Money's useless. God.
What's just out of curiosity, and don't ask, would I know what a good bribe is for a barkeep like him?
A good bribe? I mean, ex-adventurer? Anything, really? I mean, what are you trying to bribe him with for, really?
Information.
I mean, your adventurer, he'll give you information that's pertinent to whatever you need.
Got you. Is there a market for magic items that are legal or otherwise? Like, doesn't matter.
If you're looking for magical goods, there are a few places within the Oasis that you can buy goods from. What you should know, if you're not used to the bazaars are tent markets that are set up, and they're stalls more than permanent places. And they change from time to time, and currently we have quilted legacies ran by Madame Yanbu. The Red Man's medicine, run simply by the Red Man. Don't know his name. He's from the Thayan cities. Poisons and such, I think, but he says medicines for the curing of diseases. Yellow Woman's Survival Goods, Mistress Zelia runs that one, and she has not been driven out of business ever. The Green Smoke Alley is run by the Thieves Guild, known as the Sand Bullets. Be careful of those ones. If you're looking for illegal goods, as that's really a loose term here, you can find it there. Kangiriri's Menageria is run by Kangiriri. That is where you want, like, exotic pets and things, like your snake, for example.
So do I have to watch him to make sure he doesn't get stolen?
No. I doubt that the snake will even let that happen. He looks like a vicious one. Tolton War's Exotic Papers and Inks if you're a spellcaster and looking for a tome of sorts or exotic ingredients for spells. The Chopping Block is where the Master Slaver sells slaves. There's a whole area open up to that, and the Chopping Block is the only permanent addition to the Oasis. The Heroes' Quarters, run by the Guild of Heroes, is run by Wattle Feg. By the way, do not laugh at his name. He takes offense to that. Then there's Satin's Satin Attire, run by the gnomish tinker Gnarl Hands. Huh? Heroes' Quarters.
What was it for?
It's the Heroes' Quarters. That's literally the name of it.
Got you. So there's no real purpose, just heroes go there. Got you.
Yeah, it's run by the Heroes Guild. It's a guild of individuals. It's a worldwide guild of adventurers that basically pay guild fees and get missions from the guild and stuff like that. It's basically like the legitimate way to be an adventurer.
We get to be fairy tale?
Right? Then there's Saturn's Satin Attire, run by the gnomish tinkerer Gnarl Hands, because he's got gnarled hands. We don't actually know his name, but he goes by Gnarl Hands, so Gnarl it is. There's the Head Guard, which you should be watching out for as well. She patrols all over. The name is Thala Junum. And, she's a bit rough around the edges, but she is a bit interesting, if you catch my drift. I would not recommend seeking her out, by the way. If you do come across her, show her the utmost respect. She is second only to the general, and third only to the prince's decree himself. I think I'm
In
using that
which
right.
place did you say sold magic items again? Like Mr.
I mean, you're looking at the survival goods store by Mr. Azalea sells magical goods, as well as the Green Smoke Alley has a lot of them. Toten War's exotic papers and inks if you're looking for certain goods. And the Red Man's medicine if you're looking for potions and concoctions and elixirs and stuff like that. Quilted Legacies also sells a few magical goods. Minor things. And by the way, in case you are unaware, everyone is instructed to know the Sultan's name, Pertodaya, and the Prince, Jolakadendu. Remember those names.
You write them down.
Yeah, how do you spell them?
They are in the Jolum City notes, in the notes section. You guys have a handout that I always make available for you guys. Jolum City
No,
notes.
here I was making my own notes.
Oh, well here, let me add those to your guys's, boop, now that I've made all of that information aware to you.
Okay, yeah.
And then, of course, there's the Crazed Street Wanderer 2 Ticks tie, but I'll explain that one later. Now, if you're not quite accustomed to it, the sun here is quite brutal, and I would recommend getting yourselves quite comfortable with the local style, as the sun is quite vicious, except for you, Lizard.
Okay.
You, I assume, like the sun.
Yes.
What about me?
Yeah.
Oh, and, of course, one Jensai. You don't need the wares either, but
Means.
you might want to anyways, if you are the noble.
I might need cleaner
I'm
looking
assuming Lava Bar's
clothes.
tropical.
The place is somewhat tropical as you are oceanside, and it's not very much a desert. There is sand, but it's more like a savanna than it is anything else. Like, there's hard-packed dirt and dust and sand, but there's also occasional scrubland, grass, and trees.
What the hell?
Like the Wild West.
Yep. If you don't know what bazaars are, go watch Aladdin right now. That is pretty accurate.
Yeah.
Well, we've been traveling. I think we should take a rest before we go exploring, unless we have more stuff to talk about with Cinderella.
Well, adventurers, if you need anything, Augustus, ask for me, and I'll try to give you some more information. I try to help adventurers whenever they come through, as I know this place is a bit difficult to get accustomed to. Now, mind you, I will not bail you out if you do manage to get yourselves imprisoned.
Okay.
Aye.
We can handle ourselves.
Cinderella, make sure that your adventuring friends here remember the rules, as I have done my duty. And he takes his leave then. Cinderella goes, don't worry about him. He means the best, and he tries to keep as many adventurers out of the hands of the prison system here as he can.
Is the prison system basically just like slavery?
Yes. Now, mind you, Jolim is one of the only one that is trying to make reforms when it comes to their slavery policies. The prince is slowly working his father, the Sultan's, perspective towards loosening the restrictions and doing away with slavery eventually. The Sultan is cautious, but he knows that when he makes his son the next Sultan, that slavery will become a thing of the past. So he's trying to get the people to slowly transition. Night, Mac. Have a wonderful night, kid. Thanks for the bits. Have fun.
Nug.
Yes, so be careful, as slavery is not a... there we go. Ondariel gets a Pantheon's blessing. Yar! 100 doubloons. And another 100 doubloons. Thank you for the $4.58 today, kid. But as for the rest of you, Cinderell's going to go, well, I don't know what we're doing here, but I'm sure we'll find out soon. Feel free to take your look around the city whenever you get the chance. Kind of relax. It is the city of thieves, but it is the city of possibilities as well.
So, like Vegas.
Yes, like Vegas. Except without the lottery and the slot machines and the gambling. Well, there's gambling,
Yeah.
but no
What to say?
slot machines.
Ooh, I like gambling.
Well, Elizabeth has already made herself quite a sum of money teaching the individuals of the city the new Elven chess game that she's been learning.
Atta girl.
Elizabeth goes, I'm rich.
Probably more so than us.
Reza just
More so
goes,
than me.
Reza goes, yes, and occasionally she finds somebody who's more skilled than she and loses everything. Elizabeth goes, how am I supposed to know that they're tricking me? Reza goes, I tell you every time. Elizabeth goes, I'll get it back.
You
Yeah,
always
little
do.
girl. My God.
Elizabeth doesn't prostitute herself. Elizabeth is a young child. No, Elizabeth is also somebody who would probably cut their throat. But there is no prostitution here in the city. There are places to go. And it's the only place you can find some adult entertainment.
There's a place in France.
With the naked ladies dance.
Do they have beards too? Because it's a
Yes.
circus. And y'all are the clowns.
So do we have beards then?
I mean, yeah.
Yes.
Now you go. There you go. Now it's not Vegas. Perfect. Now it's France. So, what would you guys like to do as the two halflings bring out food and drink for you guys as they start stacking it on the table?
I'm gonna eat
Well-
the food.
Yep.
Well, I'm on the table, by the way. Too.
They're literally just going to start piling things around you.
Okay. I will just pick up whatever I want around me.
Okay. Garnet?
Can I just speak primordial to these halflings as I walk by? A quick hello?
They do understand you, but they point to their mouth, and they start doing sign language. And seeing as most of you don't know, the only one who does is Zap, and he goes, Zap, you know that they're like, sorry, no speak.
No speak.
Part of that
Why they don't want to talk to him.
Yeah, they're going to nod their head in acknowledgement of whatever you say in Primordial, but they're not going to be able to talk back.
Okay.
I asked them back, and what I'm assuming is thieves can't. Why don't you want to talk to them?
They inform you that they can't speak. It's not that they don't want to speak; it's that they just can't.
Lordy.
Yeah,
Well-
they're completely mute. They have no ability to speak whatsoever, other than make like mouth sounds.
Are they missing their tongues?
No, they're not missing their tongues. They look otherwise perfectly fine. Hey, Cleo, thank you for the lurk. Hopefully, you enjoy some D&D action.
So can I ask?
Well, if our resident mage could speak with them through telepathy, you might be able to know.
Ah, you could speak with them telepathically.
I think I have message, but do they get to respond to that?
Yes.
Yes, they can respond, but they respond in a way that's psychically linked. So it could be images. It could, and it's probably going to be images, as they don't.
Images
Know
of their
how to,
hands doing the
yeah.
signs.
Yeah, well, which you would understand innately, even if you didn't know the sign language, but you would understand what they're trying to get across. They would do images and references that you would understand. It translates very nicely.
They reply in a whisper that only I can hear.
Yeah.
So, okay.
And they go
But-
about their business making sure that all of the needs of the patrons are met. And basically the running tally is held, and when you finally leave, you're asked to pay. Of course, they'll inform you if they think you don't have enough gold to make sure you've got enough to pay, or you have to do other things like do missions for Augustus and stuff like that.
Okay. After I get a bit of food and a bit of drink, I'm gonna go grab a bath, I guess.
Okay. Yeah.
Is there like a public bath?
There is a public bath not too far away, and as you arrive, a few of the individuals are going to look very concerned at you. They're going to be like, "No offense, my friend, but we are not allowed to bathe with one such as yourself. Please find your way to the noble's bathhouse, please."
Oh, well, I'm sorry to cause you any trouble. Thank you for letting me know, and I'll...
The individual bows very deeply and goes, "Of course, anything you might need."
I guess I'll just use the commoner's bath.
You see
Hey,
me leave
We
as
get a
enters.
pool party. Fuck him.
I know, right?
As you guys
You
enter,
mean I don't have to interact with you in a bath that I could take as long as I want? Fuck yeah.
yeah, exactly. You guys get like dirty water that you have to wash off with that's full of sand, and you don't get somebody to wash you. He goes to the noble's bathhouse where he has a slave to like rinse him down and sponge him the exact way that he
sounds
likes.
morally correct.
Technically,
Not so happy about the slave part there. That
Oh yeah, the bathhouse is so luxurious.
Well, it's so this, unlike other slaves, the slaves here are mostly men, and a lot of them are very well cared for, as these are the ones that have to touch and interact with nobles, and are the only ones even allowed to touch. It might be fucked, but when looking at it, it's less like they're a slave and more like they're servants than anything else in here. They're not treated poorly. When you enter, the nobles don't treat them like shit. The nobles go, "You know what I like? Let's get to it, and let me leave."
And then they do happy endings.
And then they walk out and see a slave walking on the street, and they go, That's
where
pretty
I
much
do
it.
not do that.
Yeah.
all
So
nobles the same.
you guys get your, and you don't have to have them bathe you down. That's just the practices. So if you inform them that you would like to take care of yourself, they'll take their leave.
Yes, I would like to, because I know I'm... Is it privatized? Like,
Yes, you get your own little section there, and you can turn on the
Okay,
water whenever you want. It's heated or cooled to whatever you want. It's very, very, very nice.
First of all, blasting the fucking heat.
Boiling.
You're just like, yes, yes.
So many memories, and I'm just gonna sit for a nice little while.
Okay. So eventually,
The sandy water.
good.
You
Yeah,
have no
like-
choice.
Yeah, it's a bit crowded, but you guys get your way in there, and then you guys get to your time bathing, and then you are pushed out the other side like a conveyor belt as you guys just
Or a
move
car wash.
through it. Yeah, like a car wash, you just move through it from
yeah.
one end to the other, and you guys come out. You feel a little bit refreshed, but not nearly as refreshed as otherwise you might have in a private bath. But
So efficient.
yeah.
Okay,
And of
you guys are efficient. I'm not.
Of course, the slaves on the other end will hand you back your clothes. And they hold out their hands as you guys go to leave.
I will put 3 copper in each of their hands.
Okay. Yeah, they accept it and nod, looking at all 3 of you, and accept it and go about. And you guys return to the inn shortly thereafter. Garnet still having been gone. What would you guys like to do while you wait for Garnet there?
I'm gonna go up to my room and take blankets off of everybody else's beds and pop on mine.
So, as you disappear upstairs and you proceed to enter all of the open rooms, you notice...
No, not everyone else.
What's up?
Our room.
Yeah, I was about to say, you go to every single bed and go, yep, nope, all mine.
Just everybody else is in this.
Okay, yeah, so
all of our parties.
the rest of your party members' beds are now looted of the remainder of their blankets. And you notice that your satin, luxurious, silken blanket pile is already humongous, but you just add on top of it even more things.
Okay.
Can I go mingle with the other birds?
Yeah. You can see a couple of them are spread out throughout the inn, trying to maximize the range on which the sounds make it across the bar. And a few of them will nod to you as you walk up and go, another practitioner of the arts. I like
What do you guys do?
Yeah, what do you play?
I would be singing, but I've decided to pick up the lute, as singing is not really accepted here in this inn. They like more these instruments than they like the voice. There's a few dancers that will come and go as they see fit, and the others are playing a strange wind instrument. I think it's known as a flute? Don't know.
I heard of that. What the fuck is that?
Right, a flute. And then, of course, there's another individual who plays the drums over in that corner. He kind of just loses himself in the moment and kind of sways to the music.
Is it a pan flute?
It is a pan flute, yeah.
Good.
So the double...
They're 5, actually, thank you.
Well, I'm sorry, but he's got the 2-1. Calm down. It's the V. It's the flying V of pan flutes. And so you got one lute, one pan flute, and a drum, and then occasionally dancers will come through. A female bard and a male bard that do their routine together. And you are allowed to play whatever instrument as long as you manage to come in at the right time and manage to keep with the kind of flow of things, which is pretty fast-paced for the most part. It keeps up with the feeling of the rest of the city. More of a kind of like belly dancing, kind of like a fast-paced. The music always seems to hype up the moment. If you were in a hookah den, you would be like experiencing fucking drug-induced visions and shit with the music playing in the background.
Snake charming music.
Yep.
My snake comes down. It's charmed.
Exactly. Perfect. And of course, all the adventurers already are just like, man, somebody is running around like Tribor does.
Wait, who?
You're running around like Tribor does.
No, I'm upstairs.
No, I know, but they noticed the snake coming downstairs, and they're like, another adventurer that does what Tribor does. Keeps a pet. So, Garnet, however long you take, and you finally get back to the inn.
I was gonna say, as I leave the bath, can I go, I guess, to the market district to find somebody to either make me a new set of fine clothes to suit this city, or upgrade some of my old fine clothes that I had or whatever to... I'd probably say new set, just to make it easier.
Okay. Yeah, I'll move all of you guys over here so that I can move you around the city. Give me one moment to... So, we'll move everyone but Garnet over here into the military wharf district, where that is, and we'll move you to the merchant tent city, the Oasis. As it's not very hard, as it is instructed. It's in the center of the city, and whenever you need to, you can stop and ask somebody, and they'll point you in the right direction. And it doesn't take you very long walking across the city. You get to the tents and the shawls over everything. There's lots of silk covering all over the place. There's like little alleys throughout all of the tents and stuff that you can make your way through. And it is crowded beyond measure. People are coming, going, haggling and trading and transferring goods, and everything happens so fast. You see hands just flying out giving goods and stuff as one merchant's talking to like 6 people at once as he's just kind of like going through and managing the coins. And you see kids kind of like ducking in and out, and you can already assume what these individuals are going through here. What is notifying me of something blooping? I'll feel like figure it out later.
Roll 20.
Oh, is it roll 20? I was like looking at my thing. After cleaning up and resting a bit, go find the place that sells traps I can set for ambushes and capture purposes. Next, I'd like to find a resident dwarf and see if we can find a way to get the grapple claw to work with the Disc of Midas. What I'm going to do when it's my turn. That's all good. So you find yourself at the merchant district here. And everything is just kind of everywhere. It's a maze. Absolute maze when you get here. What would you like to do?
Try and take note to see if I could see any other nobles and see sort of how they're acting and where specifically they're going.
There are no nobles that you can see here. You do notice a great deal of slaves, however, and you can only assume that they are doing the bidding because a lot of them look much nicer than other slaves you've seen. A lot of them are wearing gold and jewelry and actual clothes to keep the sun off of them. A few of them are completely covered as they have more fragile skin. A lot of the ones that are completely covered are more feminine, as it is the practice. And it's, even some men are just heavily draped, but you can tell that they hold themselves differently than other people, but still are beneath just regular commoners. So
Okay.
And they're going about their business as necessary.
Okay. I will, I guess, look for or actually I'll ask around to some of, I guess not the slaves because I can't really talk to the slaves.
You can talk to slaves.
Oh, okay. Ask whoever's nearest where a good, it wouldn't be clother. Seamstress. Thank you.
Ah, I see. The one of the slaves that you stop, one of the more regal-looking ones, human, of course, half-dressed, and he goes, "Ah, Lord, if you're looking for clothes, the only place that would be befitting of one such as yourselves is the Saturn's satin attire."
And satin attire.
Yes, if you would like, I can show you there immediately, but I do need to finish this for my lord. I need to purchase a few things.
I will look around for it, and you can get on with your business. Thank you very much.
Perfect. He's going to point you in the direction. He's going to be like, head down a few alleys there, and you'll notice it as it has better cloth about it, and heavy rugs protecting as walls.
Okay.
Do note the entrance is a little smaller than your height, and it is only because the owner of the establishment is tiny. My lord, I apologize, and I must get back to my business.
That is fine.
He goes back to what he's doing.
Start walking over to...
Yeah, with a little bit of maneuvering through, it doesn't take you very long with the description of the heavier carpets and stuff and the much finer materials that the walls are made out of. And indeed, the entrance is kind of like two cloths that are kind of like in a way that you could part them, but they're so heavily like layered that even if you part them, you'd have to duck to get in there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go in, obviously.
Yeah, you enter, and it's fairly empty in there, and you can see a very spiky-haired individual looking away from you, and you could see like bits of cloth flying as occasionally when his hands come up, you see a strange glove-like device on his hands that he's just like ripping and tearing and sewing and cutting everything at once, and he stops and he goes, "A lord, I see." He rotates in his chair looking at you, and he goes, "Ah, a new lord. Ah, and you've come to Saturn's to get some wares. Good.
I'm sorry.
You have coin. That's good. Come. What brings you to Saturn's?"
I am looking for some clothes that would fit the attire of this city?
Brimstone. But it's old. It's been a while since you've been home. I've treated your kind.
You know what this voice reminds me of?
What's this voice that it reminds you of?
It.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I'm sorry, I can't help but laugh right now because it's just, I don't know why.
It's all good.
Just his voice.
It's the fight or flight, reflex.
You're just like, fuck, this is weird. He goes, you haven't been home in a while. That's all good. Do you want the aesthetic of the brass city? Because I can mix it with the attire here. Something more comfortable to home.
That would be perfect, actually.
Rubies, then. Or do you prefer something else? Onyx, garnets, even.
I'll go with garnets.
A man of class, I see. Let us see. You're used to the sun. You're used to the sun. You want a hat. A shawl over your head. I can give you the genie feel. And a fruity, even. The baggy pants, even. The armbands with the veil. I'm already seeing it come together. Yes, yes. And he shakes off from his hands the devices that he had on him, and they just kind of plopped to the floor. And out of his hands, they're all like gnarled and knotted and twisted in malformed ways. And he goes, yes. Good, come, sit right there. And he points to a nice, very cushioned area. And he goes, sit, I will be right back. And he pushes through a lot of the cloth material as he disappears deeper into his shop. And eventually he comes out carrying a bunch of different cloth all over him. And he's just like, okay. And he puts it on like a where you dry meat. And it's stacked right in front of him. And he starts moving it in and sorting the materials. And he goes, reds and whites and golds, I'm thinking. Match the aesthetic of the hair. A noble. Are you liking silver or gold?
Cool. Go with your complexion.
Charcoal. Yeah, I'll go with gold.
I see. Bringing out the nobility, I see. Okay. I see. Matching gold. We don't want gold in the cloth. We want white, red, a little bit of black. Yes. We're matching the red of the garnet with a little bit of brown. Yes. How thin do you want the material? Because I can go thick, but you might overheat in the sun. But you're from fire. No overheating. Thick or thin?
I didn't even say a thing. This is all of him. Okay. If possible, I would like it a little thinner. Easier to move in.
Like the dancers. I like it. I like it a lot. And he goes through and he begins picking up the cloth and he brings it over and he like presses it up against your shoulder and he goes, yes. Undress. Come. And don't worry. I have my nobility card.
the nobility card.
And he goes...
That just makes it not right.
He begins to close the curtains at the front and he begins to tie it off. And he hangs a little hook on the other side and he goes, you won't be bothered, noble. I know your practices. Come, undress. Hurry.
I guess I undress.
Perfect. I see.
It's the voice.
He pulls out a string and he begins to like measure certain things and he wraps it around your leg very close to your manhood as he goes, I see. Around the waist, I see. And he goes up a little higher. Bottom of the chest. How high do you want it? Chest height-wise. And he kind of like puts the string there and he's like, tell me when to stop.
Is that a
Where do you want the top half? Do you want it right below the nipples? Slowly, like... Damn it, Jenny! I was doing so well! Slightly below. Middle of the midriff. Slightly lower than that. Do you want the whole thing covered? Do you want a nice showing of the middle section with kind of the arms covered?
Do you want a crop top?
I see. You're an adventurer, then. You have the air about you, the muscle to match. The physical...
The -1 strength muscle.
Yeah, I know, right?
But you have scars. They don't quite heal, never the same color.
Nope, never the same.
Adventurer, noble, still good. I'm gonna pass out from lack of air intake. Good. Good.
The goddamn, the voice is what gets me, and I can't stop laughing.
Yeah.
Now where is it? You want the top, middle, or lowest I can go?
Probably middle.
Good. Good choice. Now, he grabs your leg and he begins to lift it, kind of unbalancing you, but he kind of makes it so that you don't fall back as he goes, and your ankles, you want them showing?
Not particularly.
High boots or low shoes?
Low shoes.
High boots. High boots.
I'm not getting high boots.
High boots.
And you don't want your ankles shown, which means you want pants that go all the way through. Are you caring about the flow and the weave of things, or are you wanting it to be more, tight-fitting?
I can't even do anything but laugh. I can just hear Jenny, and then it just starts tying me up again.
Because I can make it billowy, like the genie of sorts, or even your Afriti ancestors. They keep the really baggy pants.
The bag pants.
A man of heritage, I see. Thin, multiple layers. Do you want your luxurious skin to be seen underneath, or hide it from the masses?
Let's go with to be seen. Might as well start showing off of it.
Like the heritage indeed. Good. Now,
He's gonna have you in
hat.
mesh.
Hat. I asked, do you want the shawl wrapped around your head in such a way? No hat.
No.
Earrings, maybe. Gold. Garnet. Piercings. You don't have any tattoos. That is different. You left home at a very young age.
Yep.
Yes, I see. I can do. Redress. And he goes through and he grabs a bunch of the cloth and he pushes the other ones back and he puts it down in front of him and he goes, How does 50 gold sound for the entire thing? It includes armbands, 2 on each arm. Leg bands if you want them that can be seen through the pants. And the material is the finest of soft silk and directly homegrown from the elemental plane of fire. I had those recently delivered by one of my caretakers. And it'll be good.
That sounds good, but I could throw in a bit more if you answer me a couple questions.
You're bribing old Gnarlhands, eh? Ask your questions.
When was the last time an Efreet or someone of my kind had come through?
They came through with the Red Congregation. Let's see. 18 months ago. A year and a half.
And do you happen to know who it was?
I don't know names of the Efreetis. No. I know that his son had come through. An individual. And he was traveling with adventurers. One in red. One in black. A ranger, an archer. That's all I can tell you. They had come directly from the Red Desert. They had been traveling for quite some time. They were looking for news, magical goods. Didn't stop by here. Just happenstance words and such.
Did you happen to hear what news?
No. They keep to themselves. They don't really let the common folk in on anything. And if they don't stop here, I don't ask too many questions. It's not wise to ask questions, especially if those of the elemental kind. But I did treat a woman. How many years ago? 27? Sounds about right. Came through. Lovely woman. Same onyx skin as you. Bright red hair and fiery eyes. Came through asking for a very unique bit. Very revealing. Tasteful. Silver, though. But garnets. She was carrying. Sweet girl. Not like the other nobles, of course. But enough of reminiscing of past individuals. And he
One last question.
Yeah.
Did you happen to catch her name?
No, I don't ask names. Just personalities. And he, gets the gloves back on his hands. And he kind of, with his arms, rotates one of them that got put on backwards. And he begins to go ham on the goods there. And,
Ham on the goods.
yeah, ham on the goods there as he's smashing it in and, sewing. And all of the different utensils on the gloves are kind of doing their own thing autonomously as he's going through and he's mixing it. And he comes through while with the gloves on, holding what he's working on. And he holds it up to your chest and he goes, Yes. Good. And he goes back to working. And right before he's finishing what appears to be the top half of what he's working on, he stops and he goes, Perfect. Do you have any specific gems on you that you want in there?
None that I can think of.
All good. He gets the gloves off again and he pushes through the curtains. And it's a little while before he comes back, about 15 or 20 minutes before he shoves his way back in carrying a sack. And he's like, yes. And he gets over and he pulls up a small little working desk and he pours out a bunch of gems of different sizes, all of them garnets. And he goes, yes, good. Earrings, didn't answer.
No.
You're so boring.
Good.
I have a reason why.
He goes, this one will work. This one. Started at the bottom. Yes.
Now we hear.
Started at the bottom. He goes back to working, and the gems are put into the material, and kind of sewn in to the bottom of the midriff there. And he goes, a little bit of weight. And he kind of mimics a motion. It's not on him, but he kind of mimics a motion of moving his midsection. And he goes, yes, good. And he goes, here, noble. And he hands you the top half. See if that fits properly. See if the arm length is good enough for you. And he begins working on the bottom.
I put it on, I guess. I'm literally doing what he tells me at this point to make sure it fits right and everything.
If it's not comfortable, if you want it looser, let me know. If you don't plan on moving around a lot, the weight of the stones might not bother you. And he continues going through, tearing up, and he brings it up over after a short little while of you kind of putting on the top, and he reaches over the bottom and he goes, I see. How tight do you want the waist? And are you holding it at the waist? Slightly higher? Slightly lower?
Slightly lower.
Yes. And he goes through and he begins making changes to the outfit as he begins going through. Yes. A belt to hold it up, made of gold and garnet. Yes. And he goes through and he comes back out with a couple of different rings on one arm. And he walks over and he's like, stand at your side.
I stand up.
He comes through and he snaps one of the gold rings in half and he places it across like around your waist. And he goes around to the backside and he kind of pushes it together and it clasps properly. And he goes, does that feel all right?
Yes.
Good. He unclaps it. Goes, okay. 2 gem, 1 gem, 3 gem.
2 gem.
2 gem. Do you want them at the sides or the front and back?
Sides.
He goes through a couple of the different rings and he pulls one out with a couple sockets on the sides and he goes, good. The gems will be more expensive. He turns towards you, if you don't mind.
That should be fine.
An extra 50 gold, bringing your total to 100 so far. Let me take a look. And he places the thing down and he takes the rest of the rings and grabs a couple of the other cloths and satins that he had. And he brings them back into the back part of his shop. And then you hear him grunt as he pushes aside one of the heavier rugs as he leaves again. Another 15 or 20 minutes, he comes back in, and he's carrying 2 slightly larger ones in his hands. And he places them down and goes, yes. The jeweler, he keeps special ones for times like this. Of course, alchemy needed to be used, but nah, minor details. Here. He goes through, and he begins working again, and he works the gold belt into the material itself. And he goes, shape it just right. And one of the gloves kind of like morphs, and the scissors becomes a slight hammer, a jeweler's hammer, as he begins working on the belt, molding it and shaping it. And he walks back up to you and he's like, drop the drawers.
As I drop them.
And he goes through and begins to hold up his measuring rope and a string, and he goes, curve there. Ooh, yes, curve there. Good. And he goes, you can put him back on. And he goes back over, and he begins tapping on the metal again as he begins working it and bending it slightly. And he's like, soft metal, always nice. Better than silver. Good choice for the gold. And he goes through, and then he finally puts the gemstones in, and he goes, there's one layer that hangs down around that kind of just covers it all. And then another that kind of morphs around the physical and shows off the curves. Yes, this will be exciting. He's like, here, try it on. And he tosses you the pants, and I will work on the shoes now. Do you like the heritage curve of the shoe tips, or do you just want the standard?
Let's go with some heritage. Might as well go.
You're
full.
going all out. I like it. And he begins to go through, and he begins to go through a bunch of drawers and stuff, and he pulls out, and he's like, yes, this will do. This will do indeed. And he goes through, and it doesn't take him even half as long to get the shoes ready. And he goes, stretchy, but fitting. Resistant to the sand. And even the pants will come all the way down, protecting everything. Good. Here. And he puts the the shoes in front of you. That should do.
Shoes on.
Yes. Spin. Come. Show it off.
Is there a mirror or anything around?
You want a mirror? He goes through and he moves aside one of the rugs, and it just pushes over and falls onto the ground, revealing a mirror behind it. He goes, yes, midriff. He pats your belly and he goes, yes, that's good. Comes around, straight back, regal appearance. The scars accentuate the body. Yes. You would look good with a scimitar at your side, but I assume you're not one to carry around one yourself, so, whatever it is, the smell of magic is about you. He goes through and he looks and goes, "Here, you can attach a chain if you wish to attach a book via chain. I know that some wizards like to do that. Also, your bags, they will attach here and here," pointing to several places on the belt. And he goes, "Yes, that'll be good. It'll store all of the material components that you use for the magic."
The magic.
The magic. Do I have my... I guess I keep the staff in the bag of holding when I'm not using it?
Yeah.
Can I pull it out to see how it looks with the appearance?
Yeah, a lot of the outfit is a very crimson red, almost kind of like a dark garnet color on the outside, as it's a thin material that covers what's on the inside. On the inside's more of a white pinkish color that kind of accentuates the gold, as well as the red that matches the darker skin tone.
Okay.
And it's a little bit thicker. You can still see partially through it when the material lines up just right, but for the most part, it folds in on itself, protecting you from direct gazes. And at the bottom, it does the same thing. On the outside, it's got a layer on the outside that's the darker shawl itself, which covers the whiter pink material underneath. And this one is folded in such a way that it does occasionally show off more of the legs, but nothing of the more sensitive bits. But it does hang slightly below your waist bone, and it clasps together right underneath it, so you're able to see, like, all of that. You look like a belly dancer.
I mean, that's...
You look like you look like a very standard, like, djinn. If you know what a djinni looks like when they come out of their bottle and they don't have the billowy bottom and they actually have legs, you look like the genie. For sure.
Okay.
And instead of like the cloth belt holding it up, it's the metal gold with two sockets on each of the sides with decently sized garnets in them. And then there's a couple of like clasps on the inside of the belt that the material that is the pants is held to, but also has places that you can put your like bags and stuff to hang from, so that you actually can keep your goods on you.
Okay. Definitely have seen this. From, I guess, my vague knowledge, seen things like this when I was still on the plane of fire.
Yeah, this is definitely for more of the Freedy, the more nobles than anything else. And he also, in the end, clasps two armbands to you with garnets in them. And he goes, "I've got one for the neck if you want it, but you don't need it."
I'll do without the neck there.
Personal preference. The ankles are hidden like you wanted, and the boots, the shoes are comfy to walk in the sands, but if you find yourself other places, you might want to make some adjustments. Thicker soles, and the such.
I will definitely do that.
Well then for an owl such as yourself, with a reasonable price of 100 gold.
Screw it. With the information he also gave me, I'll give him 150.
Oh, the information was free. The treating you to such a luxurious outfit is all the pay I need.
Why does it sound like it's just cooming every time?
He's like,
yeah,
yes,
that's what I don't like.
good.
He totally like took
Now,
pics of you or something.
If you insist, I'll take the gold.
I insist. There was a bit of information there that really brought back good memories.
Then, for my lord, anything. And he takes the gold. Now, if you find yourself looking for more attire, feel free to stop by Saturn's anytime.
I definitely will.
Good. Goodbye, my liege. And he goes back to cleaning up and returning back to the work that he was taking care of.
I'll take my leave and start to head back to the inn.
Okay, so you begin to head back to the inn, and we pick up with Zap. Zap, you find your resident dwarf kind of relaxing, as he hasn't had the desire to work in a place such as this. He doesn't really like their practices, as they mess more with jewels and jewelry than he does. They work with actual metals. So he hasn't really been inspired to learn anything new. But he has done a little bit of tinkering. And He's going to... What brings you, Zap? What are you looking for? It's unlike you to come up and find me.
You found an interesting device under the sea, and I was wondering what you thought of it. I present the grapple.
Aye, hand it here and I'll take a look at it. He takes it and begins taking a look at it, and he's like, oh, how does this work? He pulls the pincers apart, and they kind of just snap back into place, and he's like, well, this isn't practical. What is it used for?
It looked like it was used to pin down our party members, and it definitely hurt them quite a bit, it seemed.
I see. I could take a look at tinkering it, seeing if I can't get the pincers, what it looks like to open up. Zap.
Try to help me.
Okay, give me 1 second. Sorry, apparently you're loud and coming through quite a bit, so I will turn you down a little bit. Ah, yes, I can help you, Zap. I will take a look and try to figure out if there's anything I can do with it. No promises, as I don't really understand it, but I will do my best. Do you have any ideas of how they operated with their hands, or you were under the sea, so fins?
Recount how it worked. I really didn't know exactly how it worked, but I'm assuming I saw it.
Okay.
Seeing as it was used against me.
Yeah, he's going to go through, and he's like, okay, well, that doesn't make sense, but I'll see what I can do. He'll take it, and he'll begin to kind of tinker with it and try to figure out if there's anything he can do to get the pincers to open on their own, even if he has to attach some other things to it to get it to work. And he's going to go, give me some time, Zap, and I'll let you know.
Thank you, sir. And then I head off to try to find my next task.
Okay. As to the rest of you, I'm assuming Andariel is still playing the instruments with the other bards in the bar, and Ish is using the restroom at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, would you like to do anything else, Andariel, other than?
I'm good.
Okay. And Ish, when you get back, you need to put your headset down so that we can hear you.
I was just gonna stay in my room.
Okay.
I don't want to get abducted.
Sounds perfectly good. So, Zap, you make your way out, and with the city secrets, you find a few extra alleys that are positioned in such a way to quickly and always lead to the merchants, the bazaar. It kind of, I need to talk to him about getting a new mic, as the quality of his mic is really bad. We're working on it.
Is this mic any better, chat?
Is that mic any better? I mean, it sounds a little better to me, but to be honest, it depends on y'all if you can hear him better this way.
Test, hello, 1, 2, 3.
Just give it. There's a little bit of a delay. It does sound better, so more than likely, but there is a little bit of a delay. A bit, still a little loud. Okay, that's fine. That's on my end. If it's a little loud, I have to turn him down. So I will turn him down just a bit. Go ahead and test again.
Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9,
Okay,
10.
that's good. So all of the secret passages and alleyways lead back to the merchant tent city so that everyone has quick access back to the merchant tent, or the oasis as it is. Cool. That's great. Awesome. Good to hear. So, Zap, you find yourself at the oasis. Garnet leaves. He's actually getting stuff done. So eventually, if you want to go to Satin's attire, you can try. And he's currently getting some garnet size or garnet quality clothing to go along with his nobility. But you find yourself on the outskirts of the oasis, and if you thought the thieves' cant was prominent before, it's almost as though every interaction in this city is some sort of thieves' cant. Every deal, every single interaction with individuals seems to be in some sort of code.
Well, that's good.
So somebody walking through that doesn't thieves can't.
would just hear bartering. There's a lot of talking back and forth, really quick. It's made to confuse the individuals not having the conversation. A lot of the dealings here are super private, even in such an open place such as this.
Anything that sounds like I could take advantage of, or me and my party could take advantage of?
As I said, most of all of the information you're gathering here is just miscellaneous trading of goods, the dealing of slaves, the passage of goods and wares. But you do hear the mention of a kind of like an illegal transport of sorts. Here it's completely legal, but the sealed crate is mentioned quite a bit. And you start gathering that the sealed crate is an organization rather than a crate. And it seems that the sealed crate is a boat or a set of ships that pull into port, seem to have no crew, yet all of the paperwork gets done without any issues, and goods are loaded on or loaded off and then transported discreetly. And that is mentioned quite a bit, as this is the main hub for all of that to come through.
You say where at?
You would have to get to the wharf area, which is here, and a lot of the goods that are transported to the Oasis are done via the rivers that flow from the Oasis itself through the farmland that's there, and then to the sea. But there are no places specifically where the goods from the sealed crate shipping company are sold. They're kind of just distributed to who needs it or bought it or already, and then is selling it again. So you might find some of the content that was sold, like shipped via the sealed crate, and a lot of the time it's slaves when it's brought back here, and then the goods are sent out from here to other places.
Gotcha. Okay, well, that's good. So it doesn't sound too interesting because it deals with slaving. I'm going to continue looking for a place where I can find traps.
Yeah, it doesn't take you long of moving throughout the tents on the stalls and stuff to find a specific alleyway that turns off main branched, and the alleyway is filled with a low green smoke. You recognize this as being Green Smoke Alley, the dealings of the Thieves Guild, known as the Sand Bullets, here in the city itself. You could see a couple of individuals kind of just, they look homeless sitting inside of the alleyway, but you can tell that it's just a ploy. It's to keep people from going down the alleyway, of course.
Approach, are they gonna block me?
No. They kind of just look and they go, spare some coin.
Walk past and don't acknowledge him.
He kind of gives you a smile. Coin, my friend. And there's a couple other individuals, and noticing that you're not gonna to give any coin, they kind of just slink back. But every movement purposeful, as they're always watching as you begin walking down the alleyway. It does turn a couple times as it kind of zigzags.
Make sure no one's taking my stuff.
Yeah, no, they're not gonna attempt to come walk up towards you, because as you walk down the alleyway, a couple branches break off, kind of spreading throughout the Oasis, as this is kind of a central point to get to everywhere. But with City Secrets, you find yourself choosing the right alley to get through to the end destination at the center of this area. And as you come out of the Oasis, you're waterside, but you are somehow in the middle of the bazaar in general, as the alleyways kind of zigzag and kind of like spread out from this area. And there's a few individuals in behind their stalls and stuff back here, and they're like, we haven't seen you before. Welcome, friend. Over here.
Approach him.
Okay, you're new here. You look like a thief. You handle like a thief, and you found your way here. So obviously you can read. Now, there is a rule There is a surcharge of 5 gold pieces, and then you have access to everything you have here. Now, this is a monthly fee for any of the nefarious individuals who come, and for you, I'll do 3.5 for you. This is your first time, your first month. That's the deal.
Well, let's begin with this. I'm Zap. Your name is?
Call me Z.
Okay.
And that is... And he's going to go, and that's J, M, and S, pointing to a few of the other individuals.
Good to meet y'all. Give empathy.
Good. Now, what are you looking for, friend? Poisons, traps, if you're looking for weapons, if you're looking for transporting goods or getting a gig together. M deals with the commissioning of work. J is also known as the go-between between the Red Man and yourself. Slaughter them all and take their gold. I simply deal with the inauguration and the fencing of goods, and S over there deals with purchasing the general goods that you would need to do your day-to-day life, being lockpicking, poisoning, miscellaneous things.
So, in this case, I'm going to be needing some traps and some information on poisons.
Okay. M. Go bear J. J is your in-between. Talk to Jay. He'll introduce you to the Red Man and give you the down low benefits that come with making your way here. And then if you're needing traps and other miscellaneous goods, S. Of course.
Talk to S first.
Nice to meet you, Z.
Oh my god. Yes.
Okay.
Nice to meet you. Head over and talk to, what was it?
S.
To the trap?
S,
S.
it walks up to the counter, having, walked off. She sits down, and you can tell she's missing an eye. She's wearing quite used leather armor, and she's kind of fucking with a dagger underneath her nails as she looks up and goes, you're new around here. Fresh blood. So what are you looking for? I heard mentioning of traps. It's kind of hard to hear, or it's kind of hard not to hear when I have ears.
Well, I'm just using it so that during our travels we could have a way to protect our escape if we need them.
I see. Well, I've got ball bearings, bear traps. I've got tripwire. I've got a couple vials of alchemist's fire. A few other things. I've got lock traps if you're trying to trap a lock. If you're trying to create miscellaneous traps in the wild, I've got levers and pulleys and other things. What are you looking for?
Mainly something like bear traps, something that can hold someone down.
I see. Okay. Let's see. She goes through a couple human traps. What's the what is the sophistication that you want with it? Sophistication. I can go simple to advanced.
Something that I won't have trouble disarming and putting down.
Simple. I can go with the standard bear traps. I can go with the standard mouse trap style of just the bar smashing in, breaks the bones, leaves the individual unable to walk. There's the wire one that spins around with a sharp wire and ends up cutting off people's legs. Those ones are fun.
I like that one. That one sounds like it's pretty hard to detect. The harder to detect, the better.
I see. But you want a simple but hard to detect. That one would be the best, yes. It's here. She goes through and she pulls up one and slides it across. And she basically unwinds it herself. As she reaches through, it looks like a small little cylindrical disc that sits against the floor. But she basically reaches underneath and unwinds the wire, and she pulls it out, right? She pulls the whole wire out after showing you how to disassemble it, and she taps the top, and the cylinder kind of like raises up. It goes, and you can see a mechanism starting to spin around that would have uncoiled the wire, making it to spin around in high velocity there, which would have caused a bit of damage on the ground. What was that?
Can it be reused? How many times?
Yes, it can be reused, but the ball bearings would wear out after about 3 or 4 uses, depending on how heavily it's stepped on. The wire is good until the very end, and it can even be reused. So if you keep the wire, you can make these things quite simply yourself. Restoring the mechanisms are not that hard. A few silver, and you can get the ball bearings.
If I were to pay you this, could you teach me how to fix it and make it reusable?
You know what? Yes. Depending on how many you buy, how many you want.
Give me about 10 of them.
10 of them.
How much is that in price?
You're looking at 100 gold. They're quite expensive to make at first, but easy to repair, being only a few silver each. Mind you, people don't normally go back for them.
I understand that. But when it comes to my goblin traits, does that help me make them?
Yes, if you wanted to make them from scratch, it would reduce the cost down to 5 gold needed for the materials, and it could possibly do better with your SSM than it would on its own. Okay. They don't really have the materials to make it themselves, but they can point you towards the right merchants to be able to get you there. But you're going to need somebody who's proficient at metalworking to be able to build you the mechanism for it to pop and to spin. But other than that,
I can easily figure out a recipe for it and get it.
Yeah, if you spend enough time with your goblin ingenuity, you could disassemble enough of them to be able to replicate it and rebuild it.
10 sound about good.
10 sounds about good, yeah. And you would be able 100 gold? Okay. Well, so the S goes through, and she goes, well, you wanted to learn? Here you go. And with the one that's currently in front of her, she takes it apart into all of its components and puts it together pretty quickly. I mean, you're able to follow along, but this is somebody who's had quite a bit of time building traps in their time. And she ends up putting it together, and she tosses it out into the center of the room, and she grabs a knife and throws it butt end over to the trap, and it smashes against the bottom of the trap. It pops up in a 5-foot area around it, centered on a point. It begins to spin around in high velocity, and you can hear as the wire cuts through air, leaving a ringing sound as it goes through. And while it's spinning, she tosses a mango, and it cuts cleanly through it multiple times as it falls, tearing through it pretty quickly and easily.
Excellent.
Yeah, that's fine. I can turn Zap up again as we try to get that perfect.
Once I'm done dealing with her, I'm going to try to find some poisons.
Okay. Yeah. So she's going to go ahead and give you the traps. She's going to show you how to make sure that they don't accidentally activate when you're carrying them and shit like that. And then she's going to be like, well, happy hunting, I guess. And if you're looking for poisons, over there to Jay.
Head over to Jay.
Okay.
Thank you for your assistance.
Of course. Have a fun time there, Z. She kind of winks and goes about her business. Hello, Red. Ah, yes. Okay, so you head over to Jay. And Jay's sitting there. And he's covered up mainly. The only thing you can see are his eyes, and they're glowing white. And he goes, yes, how can I help you?
Trying to find some poisons that will help me upon injury and inflict them on someone.
You're looking for poisons. For what?
For adventuring specifically. So these traps I have, pull out one of the traps, I intend to put poison on the wires and coat them in them.
Your best bet would be cockatrice poison, but I'll speak with the red man. Do you want any other poisons other than for these traps?
Mainly that, and then I found this interesting vial when I was in an elven forest. Pull out the red mold and show it to him. Could this be made into some type of concoction?
He reaches down and he pulls out a bag and he pushes 10 platinum forward. I will see what I can do about it. And he holds his hand out.
But
Now, mind you, this is only insurance. I do expect half back if I can do something with it. And if I can, you'll get 1 free dosage. Now, other than that, you'll have to pay like anyone else, but we'll see what we can do. Is there anything else you are wanting?
that's it. Thank you.
Good. Then come back in 3 days, and I will have the information you seek.
Yeah, but
He's going to go ahead and take the vial, and he pulls out a chest, and he opens it up, and you can see a bunch of places for other vials, and he meanders around, and he goes through, and he pulls out one section of it, and he puts the vial in the next, and he puts the section back with a bunch of different vials, and he turns the lock, and he puts it down. Good doing business with you.
thank you.
Okay. So, you, what do you want to do after that?
At this point, I'm going to take the traps and head back to the market and see if I can find my party.
Gotcha. So you're going to find your way back to the inn where the rest of you guys are at, resting, doing whatever you're doing when it regards to that. So I will take you back over to the inn map, and this is where we are going to start next session. So a lot of role play. Sorry for no combat this one. I wasn't expecting to do any combat this game, but next game there will be combat. So, as for now, hopefully you guys enjoyed the characters. Hopefully, you know, my lack of being able to transition my my accent needed for the characters wasn't too much of a hindrance until I managed to get the accent I wanted for the city.
Everyone's Tribor. Everyone's
Everyone's Tribor. Aye, Tribor is here.
Hopefully you liked fucking Gnarl Hands.
Gnarl Hands is fun. Gnarl Hands is always fun.
I had a feeling you were really enjoying that when we were
I like eccentric characters. They're fun to roleplay. That's for sure. But Gnarl Hands is going to be one of the most interesting characters you'll meet. Everybody else is a little less eccentric than that. I just have to have my eccentric character from time to time.
So.
Even the sugar.
Yeah, even the Sugar Pickle guy is another one of my favorite eccentrics, but I like eccentrics, but not too often. For now, everybody who's watching, I'm going to see about getting us to another D&D stream with the help of John here. We'll take a look and see if we can't get you guys rating any young D&D streamers. If you guys like the content, there is a YouTube where you guys can get caught up if this is your first session. If this isn't your first session and you've watched a couple, some of the older ones have complications, sound complications where you hear just me or you don't hear me and hear everybody else, and we're still working through it, but happily we've gotten most of that out of the way for now. Thank you everyone who's come. The players are having fun. I hope y'all are having fun. And until next time, peace out. Or Cleo, she's streaming. Yes, Cleo's an even better option. It's not a D&D stream, but it's somebody else who is doing the stream that... and thank you for the YouTube link. So we're going to get you guys over to another one of the community members, Cleo, up to no good. And if you guys can, show her some love, give her a follow, give her some views, try to get her to affiliate. But until next time, bye. Boom. Let's go start the raid. Give me a second. Yeah, it's all good. You can get out of here.
Nathan?
All right.
Nathan?
What?
What are you getting?
Probably. I don't know. Grilled cheese something.
Alright, let's go ahead and get Cleo. Ayo.
Are you back?
Yep.